Okay, there we go. Hello, hello. Hopefully everything's working today. Looks like it might be. Let me go ahead and pause that so I don't run into any copyright complaints again. Hope everyone's doing well today. Hope the, hey Syed, hope the AI panic's not creeping in. So yeah, plan for today. I got to get this up and running again because I've switched a lot with the app again. Switched over to Postgres, switched over to Redis, switched to solid queue, and then over to Sidekick for scheduling because I couldn't get recurring tasks working with solid queue yet. So I was like, all right, we'll just go over to Sidekick. But that does mean there's a bunch of stuff that I got to get up and running there. I'm doing well. How are you doing? Are you excited about AI and its rampancy? I feel like that was, aren't we out of the job market by now? No. It's like I said on Twitter the other day. Even if AI ends up doing all the programming, I'm still going to be here teaching you how to build stuff. I'm just going to be teaching you how to use AI to build it instead of using Rails to build it. You just got to keep building on it. Whatever the meta is, it's just another tool. And then you go, all right, I want to start a business. How do I do it? Farming by Dean.io? Yeah, no. That was the original. We're going to replace them with automation. And yet here we are. Farmers are still farming. Alrighty. Let's see. So yeah, where we left off was a app that was in an interesting state because it was using SQLite. A lot of the deploying was like manually uploading Docker files and getting all that stuff to work. And now it's assuming this, yeah, okay, deployer DB. And now we're in a spot where a lot of that's been refactored. It's pretty much all being powered by templates and some jobs that are actually cleaned up. So if I like open up one of the jobs, we can compare it to what we saw the other day. Where is it? Sidekick. So instead of having like a container manager and a container manager and an image manager, now we have like a container starter job, container stopper job. We have this game status checker, which is a little bit ugly, but that's mostly just because I had to put in a bunch of stuff to even see what this format looks like. And then we have the image manager, which is still a lot, and it actually became even more because I realized that we have to like rename and change how the images work. So that's going to be another thing. Which right now, assuming I can get this to stop being upset with me for my database configuration, it's actually really like buttery smooth to deploy an application now, which is nice. I just have to get all of this to stop being upset. What are your thoughts on view components? Is it worth the trouble? I mean, it depends on if you like working like that. For me personally, I'm still just happy with my regular ERB files. I don't mind it that much. I know for some people that's the way they like it, but why we have different adapters for Rails jobs and which one is the best? I don't think there's going to be a best one. I think it's mostly just subjective. But I think like Rails 8, the plan is to have solid queue do a lot of that stuff, and then like mission control. Right now it's right now we have like Sidekick, we have solid queue, we have a bunch of other stuff, and you kind of have to pick and choose. Are they replaceable with each other? It depends. In some cases, the hot swapping is like if I come into production.rb, it's as little as like starting it up, making sure it's running, and then switching the, I guess I don't have it in here. It's like the config.adapt or something. You just switch this to like solid queue if you want to use solid queue, or you switch it to, I don't know, something else. So in some cases it's a hot swap, but it's like a deceptive hot swap because you still have to come into like, where is it? In the case of solid queue, you have two different options. One of which is to go into the puma.rb, and you can add a plugin to start it, or you can come into like your proc file, and in here you can add like either Sidekick or solid queue or something. You can start it this way if this is something you want to do instead. So like it's a hot swap, but it's like a lukewarm swap because there's a couple places you got to change some stuff, and there are some lines that you have to know. It's not just like commenting or uncommenting something. But yeah, this is broken because everything is now. Yeah, I don't know what else to call it. Like it feels like a lukewarm a lukewarm one. I missed the AI question. How about we use that AI to build a powerful AI to overthrow the company? Hey, Exegatio, hope you're doing well. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of the AI stuff, I'm in the boat of like, it's a cool. It still feels like it's in cool party trick phase for me. Like that one I posted earlier, the DeepMind game playing AI that they were talking about it's interesting at like a superficial level. Like, oh yeah, it can sort of wander around. Let me see if I actually have it so that people know what I'm talking about. I can sort of like wander around and kind of play the game if you look at it right here. So DeepMind announced their new whatever it's called, Sima model. And then they had it like play a bunch of different games, and it can do like a pretty good job, I guess, at playing them. But it's very similar to the whole programming thing, right? Like it's okay at playing those games, but I mean, let's be honest, gamers are still far better at it because they're better at it. I don't know. And that's a very hard hill for them to climb. Like this is what, 5-8 years after trying to get it to play StarCraft 2, for example, at like a GM level, and now we're starting to get something that can go over to some other games and perform okay. But you can see right here, like the relative performance, unseen environment, like not great. And then, you know, like it's, I don't know. I think all the AI stuff right now is still in that big hype cycle. We've had it like once or twice before, and it's just not great. Asking ChatGPT to write a single method and then taking the idea to implement it yourself is helpful. Yeah, that's where it's like, it's hit and miss. Sometimes it's cool, sometimes it's not. Like obviously I use ChatGPT a lot, but I feel like maybe I've done a disservice by saying I use it as much as I do, because when I actually think about it, most times I like prompt ChatGPT and then I just go, oh, this isn't helpful. And then I just turn back and try and solve the problem myself. But I don't know. I guess initially I was probably more willing to use it because I didn't realize its limitations. And now that I've used it a lot, I do sit there and go, I kind of don't want to deal with this right now. And then like the other part of it is I don't want to share the name because I don't know if he wants me to share this, but one of my former work colleagues posted like a rant in one of my personal Discords where he was talking about the brain rot that the AI has brought to like the corporate world. He's like I guess they hired like a new I don't know, upper level leader guy, and his idea was to give everyone's team a unique name based on space exploration or something. So they had to come up with names, and of course everyone that had to do this didn't want to do it. So what did they do? They went to ChatGPT and asked it for names, and he was like, it's ridiculous. All of the names were AI generated, stuff like, you know, Milky Way Space Explorer team. And then I guess one of the teams picked an inappropriate name. And then the manager who instituted this policy issued a 5-paragraph response that this guy said he could tell was also ChatGPT generated. So you have developers issuing ChatGPT content to a manager who then uses ChatGPT to tell them to do better with their ChatGPT generated content. And I was like, you're almost at the point where it's just your whole company is just an AI talking to itself, and you're never going to make any money because everyone's just wasting their time going in circles with an AI. It really is just, I think it's like a forecast of what you can expect to see from a lot of these companies that are doing this stuff. At least that's my 2 cents right now. Is it's going to be a lot of probably coming to the realization that we over bought into the hype, which unfortunately with like Web3 we saw that it was like Web3 was clearly overhyped for different reasons, but thankfully there it was a lot of Web3 companies that went under. Here you're going to run into the situation where like because of the heavy adoption, I think you're going to see like across the board people are going to run into some problems because they can't keep it going. Web 5, let's go. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, and then there's the name. That Web 3 name left me so tilted. Every time they're like, "Oh, it's like the future." And I'm like, "No, stop, please." I can't do it. And like with the AI, we've seen that too, right? Like in 2015 or 2016 when everything was neural networks they're going to change the landscape. Everything's going to be solved by a neural network. 3D printers are going to solve it. Drone drop shipping deliveries are going to solve it. NFTs, crypto tokens, whatever is going to solve all your problems. You're never going to buy makeup again because a 3D printer will just print the makeup or whatever was coming from that one company at Harvard. And then what do you see? It's like, yes, it helps some industries in some areas, but like it's not like you have additive manufacturing, but you also still have regular manufacturing. I don't know. I could talk about that stuff all day though. Unfortunately, that won't cause my questionable setup here to start working. So I have to start thinking about what I'm going to do for this. I think unfortunately I'd made the mistake of changing too much at the same time here. How's Kamal going so far? I've had nothing but headaches. Okay, so yeah, let me you know what? Let me just find it. I have a picture that can perfectly summarize it. 1 second. Where did we put that? Because there was something that spawned from Kamal usage. Here it is. Concepts, and then I have to grab this one. This is about as good a summary of how Kamal has been going as I can possibly put into words. I think headaches very aptly describes the process so far. Hey, Kamir. No, unfortunately, I haven't installed Kamal, but I did manage to break everything earlier today, so I got that going for me. But yeah, I switched over to Postgres and Redis and Sidekick, and now I can't figure out how to get these to talk, which would be something that's like super simple to get up and running if I wasn't using Kamal for this application. So I'm like trying to figure out how to debug this, and I'm kind of glad I'm not the only one failing at Kamal. Yeah, again, like I don't want to stop because I'm like maybe I'm just someone that doesn't understand it. So I'm eternally grateful that you're telling me that, because I've been sitting here like, what am I doing wrong? It feels like it's just a compose file. It shouldn't be this hard. And then I run into like the weirdest problems. Like sometimes I've had to blow away my whole like build today a couple times because it feels like when I do another setup or deploy or redeploy or whatever, none of those commands are actually rebuilding it from scratch. So I have to like go through and make sure that I actually delete everything, all the containers, the build containers, etc., all the images, and then deploy. And then I get through some errors and I run into other problems. It's just a really weird experience. But once it works, then it's great. It's just getting to that point is a pain, which is usually how it is with deploy tools. So when people run around and they're like, oh no, this is just, it's so easy. You just make a file and deploy it. I'm like, yeah, but making the file is the hard part. I wish that part was easy, but I can't for the life of me figure out how to make that step work. All right, I'm gonna move this over here real quick because I have to grab my env file. I don't want everyone to pick up on the fact that one of my passwords is password 123. Got to keep that one a secret. Okay, let me move this over here. Hey Flake, glad you had a chance to catch the stream. I spent so long, I blew out the size of the container registry on Dio, then there was not enough RAM, then I switched to Proxmox local and it still fails to deploy, and it's literally Rails new with SQLite. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know, because like the errors you run into are so bizarre. Like there was one that let me see if I have it on GitHub still. Linktree, I think it's Linktree Tailwind. For the Tailwind demo, or the Linktree demo, there was a command I had to run. It's this one right here. I had to run let me paste this in, a bundle lock add platform command to get it to build on this WSL distro for some reason. And I was like, this is the exact opposite of what I was hoping for with like Kamal just working. It's like now I'm like, oh yeah, I got to specifically add platform support and all this other stuff. Like that feels like something where if it doesn't work, Kamal could surely just figure that out for me and handle it. But I also understand it's not like a mature technology yet. I've spent a year and a half job searching for a dev job that can pay my bills, and after seeing Devin this morning, for some reason I closed my PC and started playing Apex. Probably I burnt out. Oh, geez. Yeah, again, like Devin is probably going to be on a lot of people's minds today if I had to guess. My general advice would be, or at least any sort of wisdom I could provide on the topic, people would have panicked about, well, yeah, for Apex is, I'm going to leave the game opinions on the shelf for a minute, but people would have been in if you're running into Mac and ARM, are you using Ruby 3.3? Because if you are, there's a bug with 3.3 specifically, which requires a fix they're putting into 3.3.1, but that's not out yet. So for now, the advice is to go to 3.2 point something, I think. Mac Kamal bug. Let me see if I can find it. Is it this one? No, that's the failing app. Let me find the actual issue for you. Wasn't 3.3, was 3.2 when I was doing. Oh, okay. You have to build Ruby yourself with the patch, it sounds like. I think that's what people were saying. So you may have to, I'm just going to post the issue. I don't know if that'll help at all, but you might have to build it yourself and see if that works. I don't know. I have to go. Maybe I'll visit later. Take care. Yeah, hopefully everything goes well. End up spinning up a box on Proxmox to be pushing server. Gotcha. Can't afford Elden Ring and I have a PS4, so Apex. Yeah, I have a couple people in my personal Discords that play Apex a lot. They're like big Apex gamers. It was really interesting because the first time I think I saw anything Apex related where I actually cared enough to watch was probably like the Sea Dog tournament like a week or two ago. I was watching, I was like, oh, okay. I get it now. Because I'm like a big Halo turned Overwatch turned I don't want to deal with teammates competitive shooter type person. So after those, I was like, nah, I'm good. So Devin, Fedora, push to Ubuntu, still a headache. Yeah, that sounds less than ideal. Kamal, I should give it a try this weekend. Yeah, so if you want to give it a try, my advice would be to find a... well, first ask yourself what operating system you're on and what version of Ruby you're using, because that can be a problem. But if you want a Kamal deploy file that works as like a bare minimum, where is it? Deploy.yaml. This one's like 35 lines, I think. And it's basically what we did in the Kamal hooks video the other day, I think. This one. Yeah, so this one covers hooks, which you probably don't care about right now. But I also have like a working deploy file in here that you can kind of just copy from, I think. Now I have to ask if I was smart enough to include the GitHub repo, which I wasn't. So that's unfortunate. Did anyone yell at me in the comments? No one yelled at me in the comments. All right, that's fine. Yeah, so if you want to try Kamal, this is probably a good look at it, but this one I would say is probably not as good as the Kamal deploy one, just because this comes with a link to the repository. So you could do this one, and then you could grab the repository from here, which should be good. And the reason why I suggest to look at that is because that specifically covers the Cloudflare setup. So in that case, you can have like SSL set up for you. I think in Kamal too, they're planning on like doing, automated setup. So you can have the cert issued while you do it yourself. So you don't have to use Cloudflare. But yeah, that's something to consider. Quick add the repo, do it live. Let me see if I have it actually. CD code, YouTube Rails, CD Kamal hooks. Yeah, this will do. We can come over here. I found it funny that Kamal has been harder to set up than Kate. Dude, I was literally talking to one of my former colleagues. I asked him how hard would it be to move this entire app over to Kubernetes, because I was like this close to just losing my mind. He's like, yeah, but the problem with using Kubernetes is then you'd be using Kubernetes. And I was like, it's kind of hard to argue with that. Kamal hooks video. Oh, yeah, if you don't know, you can go to github.new to just make a new repo real quick. Add git commit -m init commit git. And we want to do this. Yeah, I've been getting roasted for my Kamal choice. But yeah, it is a very it's a weirdly difficult tool to wrap your head around sometimes. I've pretty much only found success by like watching Sam Johnson Kamal. It's right here, the Devs Coach channel. Watching his videos was like step one, as you can see based on the progress bar. And then going to ChatGPT and saying, I have this thing that looks like a Docker Compose file. Pretend it is a Docker Compose file and tell me how to do this. And then I kind of just mimic that basic structure. And that seems to work well enough to solve a lot of my problems. Unfortunately here, adding all these accessories, it's not solving those problems right now. But that's a problem for later in the stream. So that should have pushed this up, right? Went from EC2 to K8s in 30 days as a solo dev and cut the cloud bill in half. Yeah, because like one of my problems right now is I have this app. This app's going to deploy a Rails app to a server. That server will then deploy other game servers, which we got it working with like Minecraft, Project Zomboid, and Valheim during the last stream. But because of how all of that works, I'm getting to the point where I'm like, I wanna make this. I don't know. It feels like a security issue the way I have it set up. So I'm like, maybe I just do everything with Kubernetes, because I can't really use Kamal beyond just this. For like the accessories, and even using the accessories, it's such a pain because you got to sit here and you got like Kamal accessory, and then like the command doesn't really give you a lot of options here to like list all the names and figure out what all accessories are on the server and like stopping and starting them. So I end up having to SSH in anyways. But yeah. I want Kamal to work. You must have a lot of good feedback for them. Yeah, if they ever made the mistake of asking me for feedback, that would be a conversation. It's not necessarily that I have like a negative opinion of the tool. I definitely see the potential, but there's a lot. And honestly, most of it stems from this documentation page needing a lot of attention. There's a lot in here that could be improved. But that's like my feedback for Rails documentation in general, is every time there's a new tool that gets released, it feels like it's not specific enough, and it needs to, it needs a search bar or something, not opening PRs. Yeah, the problem is like, I don't know. I guess the way that I look at the problems is probably too high level to be of use right now. Like I've looked into the source code for Kamal specifically, and there I was like, okay, I see some stuff that maybe could be changed, but there's nothing there's nothing actionable. Like I could open up an issue and I could be like, hey, this tool would be so much better if blah, 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 blah. But it doesn't feel like it's an actionable suggestion yet, because I'm not like, I don't know. I haven't gotten to the point where I can formulate what I think the core issue is and how to address it, aside from just like improving the documentation to mention more of this stuff. Like one of the things it does is it mentions the hooks, but there's really no explanation of how to use them. And I wasted probably an hour figuring out that for the hooks to work, you have to remove the dot sample, leave it as an unnamed script until eventually I went into the Kamal gem repo and I saw that they weren't checking for like preconnect.sh. They were just checking for preconnect, which was like, it's a silly mistake, but if they just said in here, like just remove the dot whatever, and then your hook will work, that would have saved quite a bit of time. But instead, they're like, oh yeah, here's an example of what a command could look like, and that's it. You're like, oh, okay. But it doesn't really explain how to use it, which is weird because you would think that'd be like the first thing you do. And yeah, I need to get it working right before I could try to contribute, just because there's a lot here where I'm like, I don't know. I'm sure a lot of it is just I'm not using it right yet, which again boils down to the documentation needing like some attention. But even when I get to that point, I'm like, but what is the best way to do this? Because my only experience here is like, oh, I like Docker Compose. That makes a lot of sense. And this seems nice enough. But then when I get to like the accessory section here, I'm like, oh, there's some stuff that could be improved for sure. Like give me the option if I have, for example, I have the Kamal accessory command. Give me like a Kamal accessory, I don't know, reset all or something. Just let me wipe all of the containers on the system, or some kind of like Kamal reset Docker prune everything. To like fix it. Because sometimes if I come in here and I like change the name of the accessory, I'll have to come in here and I'll have to actually Docker container PS, figure out which one of these is the container. And I have to like manually stop it and then remove it. Otherwise my deploy will fail because now the name is different, but the container is already being used or something like that. Yeah, Kamal system prune. Yes, I'm sure. And yeah, like the pre-connect, it needs the shebang at the top. And then that also is kind of annoying because then you have to like close the file and reopen it if you change it to like, if I come in here and I switch this to the Ruby one, whatever that is. Where is it? One of these is Ruby. Or not. I don't know. But if you come in here and you change it, it breaks the syntax. And then you got to like close the file, reopen it to get the syntax highlighting to work again. As opposed to renaming the file where it would just instantly recognize, okay, this is like a Ruby file now. If I change this, now it goes, this is a Ruby file. If I change this back, here it seems to work. If I get rid of this, I come in here, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And it drives me up the walls when I'm trying to like get this to highlight properly, figure out what even the variables are when I look at this. And then another one, which I think Marco mentioned a couple times, is there doesn't appear to be a way for Kamal to manage Docker networks yet. I can define them in the deploy.yaml. So I have like the private network here versus like creating them requires me to either SSH in or create a hook that then creates the network. So like here in the pre-connect, I have to, or not the pre-connect, the pre-deploy, I have to come in here and actually create the network itself, which is very, I don't know, it feels like not feature complete in that regard. It's a VS Code thing more than the Kamal thing. You get the same thing in hooks. Yeah, but I think there's a way to make it work without even introducing that issue. You just you do if a file name pre-deploy or whatever, pre-deploy, and then just check like does it have like .sh at the end or something, and then I can name it .sh, and then I won't have this problem at all, as opposed to how it currently works. But again, that's where I don't know if that's possible, if there's some kind of like, reason for that. And then I'm busy with this app anyways, to the point where I'm like, not my top concern right now to go in and figure out, like, to get completely sidetracked to fix Kamal while I'm working on this. But yeah, I don't know. There's definitely some pain points. One of the big ones is the networks, and then like the containers that already are running on the system, which I'm probably running into more than other people, just because like this app itself spins up containers, so then I have to like manage those as well. But then that's where you start to notice, oh, if all these containers are on here, Kamal like sometimes can't stop them and restart them for like the accessories. And then you got to be like, all right, well, let's SSH in. Let's get all the IDs of all the containers and all the images and delete everything. Unless you want to just go to like Contabo and say, hey, can you restart my server? Like just reset it to scratch because I can't be bothered to go in and reset everything. Because I don't know, it feels almost like it abandons it in some weird way. Like abandons the containers on the server. Using Kamal, I always shred my active storage used for storing images on a help blog. Drives me crazy. Yeah, that's probably another one where I haven't even really looked at it yet. Right now, the problem is like I blow away the entire server so much that I haven't even had stuff persist on it long enough to figure out what's broken. So I'm hoping that isn't a problem, but if that is a problem, that's going to also be an interesting one to solve down the line. Let's see. Kamal deploy. Or wait, Kamal env push. Kamal deploy. Yeah, right now the problem is I have to figure out what's misconfigured in here for the, I guess the Postgres is the first one I have to figure out. It's an open issue. Oh, fantastic. So yeah, I'm probably going to run into that one at some point in the future if I had to guess. I mean, the good news is like the Rails app is working. It's just the actual Postgres database isn't, and it looks like it's upset because, all right, that's what I was doing. It looks like it's upset because the deploy, what is it? The deploy prefix. It's like deployer -db as opposed to db. And I think I have it set to db or deployer db and I have to change the name. Are you deploying to Raspberry Pis? I saw Linux ARM64. No, it's, I'm trying this out on a Contabo VPS because it's like $12 a month for 16 gigs of RAM, 6 CPU cores. So I thought like for the sake of gaming, the argument is you could probably self-host your stuff a lot easier if you had a tool like this on like a bare metal machine. And this seems like a pretty good bare metal one. It's just, they also give you some interesting architecture to work with. So I'm just going over to, yeah, whatever this is. I mean, to be fair, like it ran pretty well. It was running 3 different games. And I mean, if you've ever tried to host yeah, I hadn't heard of them before I started either. But if you try to host like a Valheim server, you know that thing will just chew through your resources. So I was really happy that it was working. That and I didn't realize Project Zomboid was like a 20-minute startup. But yeah. It is unfortunately, hey Chugging Coffee, good to see you again. There's unfortunately a lot here where I gotta figure it out. And I think in this case, what I'm gonna end up doing is I have to like revert back a couple of these and then just focus on the Postgres first to get that one working because I really don't know what I'm doing here. And when I was looking at the docs in terms of configuration, is it like accessories? Where is it? Yeah. I'm a glutton for punishment. What can I say? Where is it? I need the, let's go down here. It looks like it's down here. Yeah, so I'm like trying to mimic sort of what they have here. But I really don't know. Because I need to, like, it'd be nice if there was I don't know, accompanying section on how to configure, you know, the rest of the app in addition to this. But that's where I'm kind of stuck. And unfortunately, a lot of the host IPs also are, yeah, they're all hard-coded, which I'm not a fan of. I'd like it if I could just set these as a variable, but I couldn't figure out how to do that either. Will this stream be posted as a video on the channel? Yeah, so all of the streams are... let me go to my channel. If you want to look at any of the stream VODs or anything like that for any of these streams, if you come over to the channel and go over to live, they all get archived here, I guess. So you can just look at these. So they're not in the videos tab. You now have to go over to the live tab, which makes it a bit easier to separate the two, but it does kind of hide it a bit. This is my Postgres. Oh my God, you have an actual Postgres accessories. That's so helpful. All right, let me copy that. let me repurpose that one. Yeah, no problem. Happy to help. And hello, Raj. Hope you're doing well as well. Let me grab this. Okay. So what do we got? We got accessories, DB, image. Makes sense. Just going to replace that real quick. Secret, tab over. And we got this one, host, user, DB. Okay. Yeah, so this is what I was thinking could also be wrong. And then you also have the networks. Like this. Like this, I think. And it's on Katabo as well. Let's go. Oh, geez. Got to keep the German company in business, right? Yeah, so now if I come over here and I do a Kamal app log, I think it's log. You can see it's upset. I mean, this one's upset for other reasons. And then we also have the Redis one, which is upset, or the Sidekick one. So this one I'm going to get rid of for now. And we're going to focus on, I think, just the Postgres to make sure. You're sitting in Germany. So happy to hear that. All right. So I'm going to just copy your image here as well. We can get rid of this. We'll switch over to the host, which is fine. env, we'll grab all of these. Tap this over. Oh, wait, this needs to be tapped over one because we need a secret. Just like that. And then we have the directories. Okay. And then we need the network, which is private, right? Under options, network test. Although yours is set like this. So I'm going to set this one like this as well. I'm going to defer to you as the definitive Kamal expert, which I'm sure you're thrilled to hear. Any questions I get, I'm going to defer to Gun. You can be the Kamal helpline now. Okay, so we got that, and then we'll let me make sure that this is okay. I'm going to get rid of the Sidekick one for now. I don't know if that's going to like make things go boom or not. Sudden heart attack. Faking a heart attack to get out of tech support. There's a message I can relate to. Okay, accessory. Let me make sure I have this right. Accessories. Image hosts. Port. Okay. This seems reasonable. We've commented that out. We have the registry. We probably don't need this. And we got password. Maybe we can leave that. That one's fine. And then these are fine. Okay, so let me go try this now. Where's my other VS Code window with my stuff in it? Oh, I guess my stuff is closed. Fantastic. You didn't have, wait, what? You didn't have a port before? Uh-oh. Was I running like was I running a broken version of this? Hold on, let me undo real quick. Well, we're just going to ignore that. Let me grab the env file real quick. There it is. Okay. Move this over. Move this over. And then we can come in here, and then we got to set these up. Comment. We'll leave that one. Okay, so we need Where are they? These 4. And then we'll set these up. So we got password, super original password 123, as is tradition. Then we need the user, which I think I have set to Postgres, but let me make sure. Okay, first of all, we're going to just do this. Okay. Test. Beautiful. And then we have production. That's not correct. We'll do Postgres. Something like that. And then I need to move these over here. We need to switch this too. So I have to come into the deploy. Host. Which in this case, just couldn't even tell you. Docker container PS. No database URL for you? Well, I was trying the database URL, and the database URL was not happy with me. So now I'm just going to try doing this the hard way, and I'm going to see if I can get it to connect that way. What do I have here? Where are the names? Deployer DB is the name. Okay. Postgres DB is deployer DB. I have the host. So this. I wonder if the deployer needs to be or if the DB needs to just be DB, or if it needs to be deployer. I guess we'll find out. And then I have to also reset this somehow. Kamal accessory. What's the command again? It's Kamal accessory remove. DB. Does that work? Yes. Okay. Then we got Redis. And then that one's upset because it's commented out. Let's do this. Does that work? Okay. And then we got Kamal accessory side. Oh wait, Sidekick's not an accessory. Right. Okay, so we're good there. And we can re-comment these out. I'm going to do a database URL. I'm going to see if this one works. If I change this, because I just ran that with just this. So I wonder if that's what the issue is. I'm going to try this real quick. Kamal deploy. Or wait, no. I should do a Kamal setup, I think. So I think now I've wiped everything. This should, okay. Kamal lock release. Kamal app. Or Kamal setup. And we'll try that. We'll see if this does anything. But then I also have to make sure that the env gets pushed over. Almost 11 here, but I want to see if this deployment works. I am willing to bet that I'm gonna mess something up here. I came into the stream fully expecting to sit here and suffer for probably a couple hours getting this to work, because everything went too smoothly yesterday. I was like, I'd come in, I'd sit down for a couple minutes because we had like people coming from out of state, so I had to be out of the house, back in the house. Every time I came in for like 10 minutes to sit down and work, I got so much work done. I was like, it's gonna come back at some point. Like the productivity's been too high. The week has to average out. And I woke up today and I was like, everything's broken. We're averaging out. Also willing to bet he messes something up because science. I think at this point, maybe you've seen me stream too much. You know what the secret is. Secret is it's like 90% mistakes and then 10% getting lucky and going, how did that work? That's unfortunately how this seems to behave quite frequently. But I guess the bright side is we can at least mess around with, let me see. At least mess around with the local app while this is going. To make sure this is, wait, what? Oh, with your hostname DB. Where's the config? Database.yaml. Oh, I bet the env here. It shouldn't be set here, right? Let me make sure this is working. Okay, this one's doing that. Let's do a... All right. I can never remember which order this is in. Okay, that's online, so that's fine. Where's this coming from, though? Where's the DB coming from in the development? I guess maybe it is pulling the .env file. So I might have to say like .env.prod or something to make sure this works. Okay, this is pushing up, right? So once this is done, I'll switch this out and then we'll see if this at least works locally if I get rid of this. But I can also just manually switch this, right? So we'll be fine. Yeah, the DB here could be a problem. But there it should be good. So if we come over here and we go to the root, this will get pushed up, and then this one should be good to SSH in again and do a Docker container PS. 90% of face desk, 10% I'm amazing. Look at this. No, but seriously, that's so much what it's like. I spent, what was it? It was 8 hours. Was it last week? Or I guess on Monday maybe, where we were getting this to work with the 3 different deploys. Just absolutely miserable. As soon as stream was over, immediately I started messaging my friends. I was like, look how cool this is. And they were like, dude, it's 2 in the morning. I was like, yeah, but I've suffered for 8 hours. Let's enjoy this now. Well, app logs. Okay. Time for a scientific research mission. Let's see what... See what this has to say about it. Okay, so that's that. And then we can also do Kamal, what is it? Is it Kamal app exec? There it is. Do this, and then this should throw back an error saying, I don't know, DB doesn't exist or something. Connection on socket failed. No such file or directory. Okay. Then we can come over here. We can check through this absolute spaghetti of text. Somewhere there's a thing that indicates which one DB right here. 0.0, and I think this is is K. It's just Docker on steroids. I mean, it's kind of similar to what we're doing here, where you just have a way to deploy other things. You just go throw compose, go throw like the end result of a compose file on a server somewhere. There's definitely a lot of overlap there. But unfortunately, this also has the potential to spin over into like a very over-engineered solution, which you always want to be careful of. Docker Compose and K8 similar in what they have to offer. I mean, you're going to use like Kubernetes if you want to set up like a Docker PS. Oh my God, is this? Please tell me this will fix the formatting. Oh, it's so much better. Oh my God, I love you. Okay, hold on. What am I going to call this? Docker LS. Okay, we'll just go ahead and do this. There we go. Oh, it's so much better. That was driving me crazy just trying to read it. Okay, so we have the deployer DB, right? We were talking about Docker Compose. Yeah, so you're going to use Docker Compose. You can think of it how I'm using it, right? I guess if I can come here. You come to the website, you click the Compose thing, and it throws up two server or a container on this server. Kubernetes is going to let you go out and say, all right, I need to spin up for this application. Like, let's say I have a lot of traffic for this application. I know that I'm going to need to spin up like 3 Docker Composes worth of this application, assuming I'm making this run with Docker Compose, or I'm making this run with like a Docker container. So I know for the front end, I need 3 front end applications running, and I need a load balancer in front of them so that if like I have the traffic coming in, the traffic goes to the load balancer, and then the load balancer says, okay, you can go to this front end version, this front end version, this front end version. And down the line, let's say we see a bunch of traffic spiking, you can just go into K8s and say, all right, well, now I need 4 front ends. And you just spin up a second or like a 4th one, and it handles that. Then you have like the back end, you would have, anything that you need to spin up there where you need it to scale really quickly, it can be very helpful. As opposed to here, where I'm really just deploying a couple of different containers to this server. There, it's more like I'm using Kamal to like go spin up a bunch of different servers for whatever needs I have, is my understanding of it. But again, I'm also learning a lot of this as I'm going, because this mostly just spawned from a shower thought where I went, hey, it'd be cool if we could go throw something together in like a Rails app to host a bunch of games. Okay, so I wanted to try this actually. So I'm gonna grab this. Can I do this? Save this, come over here real quick and do a bin, bin/dev. Refresh. Okay, so that works. If I do this though, it's assuming the database URL isn't gonna work, because this needs to be like a production env file, I guess. Oh, there goes all my super secret passwords, like password 123. I think you still need it in the database.yaml unless you use database URL. Yeah, so I have a database URL that I'm trying to create here, but I need to make this can I rename it? All right, let me do this. I need to make this a .prod, I think. .prod. There we go. So I can leave this one over here, close this one, over here. Right, and then we can come into, or I guess that's still ignored, hopefully. Yeah, okay. Any news on Kamal 2? When's that happening? All I really know is the DHH posted about it on Twitter. That's about all I can offer in that regard. Okay, so we have this. And in our deploy, we can use these. Password, host, user, this. Like that. And we could do a database URL, right? I always thought you needed one or the other, but I stumbled upon an error when the env was set. It overwrote everything else. Yeah, I don't know. This seems to be working now with the environment variable only being used in production. Now, my issue is I've changed it from .env to .env.prod. How do I tell Kamal to use the new env file? Like, is that a thing where I can just do Kamal env push? Does that push this file? Key not found. Okay, so let's come over to the Kamal docs because I can't have this breaking the local deploy or the local database every time. Edit your env file to do this. Okay. Configuration. Kamal uses .env to automatically load files. This file can be used like variables. Okay. Is there like a thing for .env that says .env.erb? Okay. Wait. Kamal envify? Okay, that's not it. Oh, wait, right here. If you need separate env variables for different destinations, you can use .env.destination.erb for the template, which will generate .env.staging when running Kamal env. Okay. Feel like I'm taking a test here. Hey, Austin, glad to see you're back. Okay, so I need to do, hold on, let me copy this to my clipboard, and then I need to do a Kamal envify -d production. No such file or directory at that. Okay, so it needs to be renamed to, oh, where is it? It needs to be .env.production.rb, like that. Close this. Then I run this. First, you need the template. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, wait, this is for 1Password as a secret store. Right? House thing go okay? I mean, it was ridiculous, but yeah, it was, it's over. For reference, we like largely live in the middle of nowhere. People showed up. They were like, what do they say? Something like, house is nice, but we feel like there's not enough privacy in the backyard. And like, there is no neighbor in the backyard. So I sent the feedback we got on the house to a couple of my friends, and one of them was like, what, is there not enough privacy from the wildlife that lives back there? I was like, yeah, apparently that's the problem. It was a very weird experience. I feel like they weren't serious about buying it. I think they were just looking at a house for funsies. Unfortunately. Okay. Using a centralized secret store, you can create .env.erb as a template, which looks up the secrets. Template can be safely checked into Git. If you need separate env files for different destinations. Okay, so is there a way to just use a regular env.prod? Does it not have to be, let me see. Maybe I'll get rid of the RB part. Something like this. Close this. Let me see. I have the database URL in here still. So if I do a bin/dev, this should then work. Okay, so that works. And now I have to Kamal push, or Kamal env push. Kamal your key not found Rails master. Okay, there's got to be a way to do like a env thing. You just look for env. There's got to be somewhere where they're just declaring a file. And env, nothing. Okay. So we're going to do the same thing we always do. We're going to come over here and we're going to do docker compose env file. Oh, we're just going to copy that over here. Okay. Set your env to be optional using this attribute. Okay, where do I put this? I'm assuming maybe at the bottom. We'll see. Yeah, env file :env.production. Something like that. No. Okay. So we got to put this, we have to put this somewhere, somewhere in here. Can we do it in here maybe? Is that a thing I can do? No. Okay. Maybe Kamal works as expected. We don't understand how something should be pushed to production. Well, my bet is always that it works as intended. I just don't understand how intended is sometimes, and that's where a lot of the issues for me are. Kamal custom env file. Oh, I don't like this. Oh, this is closed. .env .production, right? Almost all our projects are loading with env Rails, so we always commit .env file to our Git. Implemented this feature if this feature is accepted. Coding by config is an anti-pattern, bordering on anti-pattern territory. Okay, well, let's just get to the point where someone says, here's how to do it. Docs is not the strongest point of the Rails community. Wait, wouldn't it be enough to CP your env to here and then name the environment in the push command? Can I do that? Can I do... Let me just do a Kamal env and see what my options are. Push the env file to the remote host. Is there a way to specify? Doesn't look like there's a way to specify destination for the config file. Okay. Yeah, just put this monkey patch to bin/Kamal. Okay, if options destination. Oh, I really don't want to do that though. Come on. Please. Say something in German to Gunny. I can't ruin the illusion. Everyone needs to think I don't know German. It's been my entire life's perception there is that my family thinks I don't know German, even though I live in a German household. I can't ruin the joke now. I have to keep up appearances. Okay. So if I do this, right? If I say my last name is German, that checks out. Seems like a German name. Entire dad's entire side is German. Gotcha. Let me do this. Ah, there it is. I need to like get this always on top. There is no German, more a bunch of dialects. Yeah, I had a couple of German professors I would talk to at college that like did their department was right across the hall from where I had to go for like I think it was like the internship class or something. And I'd always talk to them, and they'd ask me questions like, "Oh, how much German do you know?" And I try to try and keep up with them. Of course, there's a difference between like casually speaking it at home and speaking it in like a university. But man, I would get absolutely roasted because my dialect was from a different region than them. And they're like, no, that's improper. And I'm like, well, yeah, to you it is, but like colloquially, that's fine. It's like how I always post y'all when I'm talking on Twitter. Originally, I wasn't even a fan of the phrase. I always felt like it was way too Southern, and then I started using it ironically when I texted people, and now I can't stop. And now it feels like every other tweet is just like, y'all need to calm down. Like the irony has consumed me at this point. env.production. Okay, wait, hold on. Y'all is just a Midwest thing. Yeah. It's consuming the Midwest at this point. Where was it? Wait, did Restream get rid of the message? Oh my God, Restream, why? Okay, here we go. Put it into here, which we can do, and then name the environment in the push command. You know what? Kamal env push. Can I do this? It's called with arguments. Usage Kamal env push. Key not found. Oh my God. All right. Do we just do this? I guess we just do this. I don't care anymore. Let's go into bin/Kamal. Bin, new file, Kamal, paste. bin/Kamal, env push, production. Permission denied. Let's head back to a language. Ah! Everything just blew up. 1 second. Oh, whoops. Let's get rid of this. Everyone look away. For a beginner, like watching this of huge value because you're showing us how you problem solve. It's huge. Most tutorials lack this. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't really say this is something you want to take a lot away from, but yeah, I definitely do something when I do these streams. Let's see. Okay, so people not make. Put this monkey patch in the bin/Kamal. Oh my God. All right. If options destination. I can't believe there's not just a way to do this. Rails master key. Wait, right here. Wonder if I could do a, let me try that. Wonder if I could do a multi-environment thing. Okay, wait, here we go. I could theoretically do this. Can I switch? Let me try to rename it real quick and see if I can do this. Where is it? ERB. Can I do this? Close this. Go over here. Let's get rid of this. We're going to try to do this a different way. The other option is to just like get rid of the database URL, which I'm getting very close to doing at this point. And that'll definitely fix this. I would have liked to figure out how to get this to work, but it's fine. Let's come into the git ignore real quick. Make sure .env.erb is ignored. And then we can come in here to this. Rails.application.credentials. We could do this. Something like that. And then we can come over here and do a Rails. What is it? It's going to be editor. I always forget this command. Editor equals code dot -- wait, Rails credentials edit. There's my super secret Archon information. And then we can do a production database URL, something like that. I'm getting exposed here. Did you see that? Its guess was just username Postgres, password 123. That's funny. Like this, I think. And then remove that. Okay. We can close this, I think. Close, and that should say encrypted and saved. And now, hopefully that causes me to be able to bin /dev, which it doesn't. So it's upset about something else. Oh, server's already running. Whoops. Close this one. Bin /dev. Refresh. Okay, so this is working now. And then can I do a Kamal env push? No, it's still, oh my God. All right. So yeah, we're just going to have to rename this to .env, and we're going to have to move off of this. Like that. Drag this over. And then let me just make sure Kamal env push. This, at least this is working. Yeah, this one it's fine with. It's the other one that it's upset about. So we have to keep this as a .env, and then we have to, I guess, come into the database.yaml and make sure that we're only using it there. Which means I now need to configure this whole thing. So let me do this. Over here. Database.yaml, and then we need these, right? Oh, but we need this. I think for DB, it was actually just DB for the name, or for the host, sorry, not deployer DB. was what it said. Okay. Well, I got ChatGPT printing something off here, and we'll see if it can come back with something that'll work. Oh, I guess I could try that too, right? Because it's what was it? It's upset about the database URL somewhere. Okay. It's really upset now. Sig turn. Okay. Is there anything in here that's telling me why bad URL is not URL? Oh, I see. This one is what it's upset about. So I have to come in here and do an undo again. Let's do this. And then let's try this again. bin/dev. Nope, it's still upset. Why is it upset? Database cannot be empty. Okay. Just get rid of the database URL altogether. bin/dev. Please, just start. I do not get why this works on my side. I don't know. Again, once we get to the point where it's deployed, it's no longer a it works on my machine problem. But until you get to that point where it's deployed, everything feels like it's it works on my machine problem. Because again, I have to like bundle add the build architecture or whatever to even get mine to work. So that's another problem. Stance Hall, a Ruby on Rails stream. Yeah, a little bit. It's a little bit of Rails. It's a lot of floundering around. But occasionally there's some Rails that happens. All is the only tool that makes Docker say it works on my machine. There was a proprietary piece of software that I worked on it at some point somewhere that made you say it works on my machine more than you would ever believe. And this has very big energy. It was I don't know if you guys have heard of Manage Engine, but imagine you make a tool like Manage Engine, which allows you to install stuff on like a remote computer. So IT can tell you which applications you can install, etc. Imagine you have something like this. It needs to go onto a remote computer, and then they go and now put it in a container and make it work on the host system somehow. That right there will make you go, it works on my machine with Docker like 24/7. And this is giving me flashbacks because a lot of it's like, how do I manage this? And immediately I'm like, oh no, I'm back. I'm back in this. Hope getting a junior dev role fresh out of boot camp. Really glad to have found your channel. I wish you luck. Hopefully that works out for you. env database URL, Postgres password, this and this. Okay, but I don't want these here. I want these over here. I don't want that here. Just let development be development. Please. Refresh. We'll stop this. Over here and restart this. What is this? Stage. Me when Kamal stops working. All right, I guess I'll go apply somewhere. Take my stress out on a job application. Okay. Set .env key for .env.production. Oh, this is for like Heroku. Okay. Then we can close this one too. And we can actually close this one. And we can close this one. Give me a little bit more real estate here to figure out what I'm doing. So we have the username set to Postgres, which really should be coming from an environment variable as well. Or database username. Sure, why not? Like that. And then we also want to do the thing here for similar reasons, I think. Stop the server and come over here. The boring technology is, it's safe. There's other people that can figure out how to make boring technology work. I want to make the hard technology work. I want to make the cool, if you want to call it that, cutting edge technology work. That sounds like a lot more fun. Okay. So I'm digging for database stuff, right? Okay. The bleeding edge stuff. The works 1/3 time. Well, if I'm going to run around and say maybe we shouldn't use the tool, I'm going to have to at least put in an honest try to make it work before I say that, I think. Once I've tried and I couldn't get it to work, then I feel like I can go, all right, maybe we should make better choices. That, and then, so wait, I have username twice. You want to see the .env file that I'm constructing? All right, here you go. There you go. Is that good enough? All right, I have database. Oh, Postgres DB. What? This needs to be the production. So I'm going to do this. We have this one. We're going to do this instead. Database name. Something like that. Getting late here. Have a good session. Thank you all. Yeah, have a good night. Have to go as well. Looks like the fuck is the password 123? Because I'm testing. The database doesn't exist right now. And Copilot suggested password 123, so now the password's 123. We all get to live with those consequences. Okay. Postgres password, host, user. Let's do Postgres URL, and then we'll do Postgres name, I guess. Fine. We'll keep it consistent. And then all of these should be database, :name, URL, password, host. We want this to be user. Oh no. Who just... I can't believe you subscribed to this. I appreciate it, but what an absolute mess. Okay. Something like that. Closer to the Ruby mine license. Yeah. Jupiter is like pushing us closer. Speaking of things that probably shouldn't be using, we'll be on Ruby mine in no time. Okay, I think this is at least consistent. Then we can come over here and let's do this. We have the name. I should really do database instead. Oh wait, no, I'm looking at this the wrong way. We have the name, URL. I'll put the URL at the bottom. Name, username, password, host, URL, something like that. And over here, we got the DB name, username, password, host, and the weird URL that we set like that for God only knows what reason. Okay, then we can save this. I'm going to copy this, close this, and I got to go over to the other window, wherever the actual env file is. that does still have stuff that I can't show. And I'm going to set these over here as well. So we have them in both locations, I guess, just in case. Okay, so we set this to be the Postgres name, which will be the first one. Postgres name is equal to Dean out production. We have Postgres username, right? That's the next one. Yeah, username equals Dean out is what we set. Postgres password equals. Then we're going to have the Postgres host equals DB, and then we have the Postgres URL equal to whatever all that information together is. Playing with Kamal be like, I just see car accident in the title and I already know. Oh dear God. Yeah. Little bit, I'll be honest. Okay, and then we have to come over to the deploy and we have to make sure that these things are all defined, right? So we have Postgres name, password, host, username, and URL. That should be all of it. We'll move this up here so we got name, username, password, host, URL. Okay. Good God. So we have all of these set for our super secret Postgres thing. We can come down here and I'm going to do the same thing for now. Okay. Kamal deploy. Actually, wait, let's do a bin/dev again. Okay, this is still working. So this hasn't ruined everything. Right? Yeah, okay. Now I can do a Kamal deploy, or wait, Kamal env push. And then we can do a Kamal deploy. We can see what this does for us. If I had to guess, I'm going to go ahead and say it probably will do nothing for us. Because that's... honestly, it's just par for the course at this point. All right, and then we can probably minimize this for now and close out of our ChatGPT. Please make this work window. Okay, and then while that's running, we can actually come over here and we can probably bin/dev and test this out because I'd like to at least show everyone what this does. So if we come over to games now, we'll show this one, we'll delete it. Deleting buttons are still kind of ugly, but if I come over here to containers, we have build kit and we don't have an image. Okay, so if I come over here, I do a new game, I say Minecraft. Now we just come over to our templates, we choose whichever one we want to deploy. So let's do vanilla Minecraft, we click submit. Okay, that creates a game for us. Now our only options here are build image, start server, stop server. Okay, and because we're using Sidekick here, I can also come over here. Let me do it like this. I can come over to manage, go over to manage jobs. That goes over to the Sidekick dashboard. So we can watch this to make sure that our job is actually doing what it needs to. That sounds like going to Disney and getting robbed as part of the experience and then using Kamal and failing to deploy as part of the experience. Well, yeah, it is. And that's why it always drove me nuts when I'd go to like Reddit and people would be like, oh, it's so easy. You literally just set it up and run. And it's like, it's not though. We're not at that point yet. But yeah, so if I click build payload or build from payload, you'll see some stuff fire off in the console here. And then if I come over here, we can see hopefully that this thing spins up at some point. And then if we watch this, we can check out our images. We should see it, assuming this works, pop up over in our images at some point. So this one right now is busy, as you can see. And this is running, I don't know, whatever, image manager job. So if we're on our dashboard, we'll see this finish, and then yeah, hosting providers really love you. Look, man, they make money off of me. What more can you want? Okay, so what I've done here, this took a little bit of creative problem solving. If we look at the template file for this, so if I come over to lib assets, Docker templates, and the vanilla compose, this is the vanilla compose file. It's pre-configured. It again uses password 123, which I guess is why Copilot was suggesting password 123 in the env file. Again, very secure application currently. But you have all of this set up. You can optionally specify where this is being built. But this one pulls this itsg image. The itsg Minecraft server then lets you switch which type. So I switched this to vanilla, I switched the version, and that's all I really had to do to support an additional version of Minecraft. Come into the image, change the version, change the forged version, etc. The problem with this is this then creates a image on the system that is called itsg Minecraft server. So if you were then to spin up another vanilla Minecraft server, this one, the images it would use, it could conflict depending on how it's set up, because you use different environment variables, but you still have the same thing. And I didn't want to deal with like tagging it or anything. So what I'm doing now is when I copy the Docker template, I copy it into deployer, no, not deployer data. Where do I put it? It's in one, I forget which file. Is it payloads? I copy the vanilla compose over here into whatever the game is. So Docker compose here. And then I replace the image name and the container name, because you can see over here, the container name is also game. So when we actually spin up this container, it's going to have the game name, unless you switch the Docker compose file. And for this, we come into app, where is it? We come into app sidekick, and we have the image manager job. And that's why this one's so big. Building software to run software to deploy software. Yeah, pretty much. We're going to be building software to make all of this stuff, to build more software, to deploy more software, to run more software, to deploy more software soon. So it's only going to get more circular in logic. Did you check your email last week? DigitalOcean may have sent you an email like I haven't spinned up any droplets last week. Are you okay? Sure that tagging the image is faster than that. It kind of is, and it kind of isn't, just because you'd want to like stop and start it. And really doing the renaming isn't that bad. You just rename it and then you remove the old image. In terms of performance, I don't know what that looks like, but it's just like 2 lines. So, although technically it's, I guess, 4 lines because it's just been abstracted. But you come in here, you have to update the YAML file, which was another thing that I didn't really know how to do before. Was like how I wanted to set this up so you could come in and like modify this as needed. Because let's say I have the user and give them the ability to like, I don't know, either set the version or like change who the ops are, etc. Off of creation. You'd have to come in here and like set all of these environment variables depending on what you're trying to set up. And that was where I was like, I don't really know how to do that. So I had to come in and figure out a way to structure this so that I could do that. And now I have a couple of services here, one of which is like the YAML manager one, which just lets me pop into the Docker compose file and then modify the services block as needed. And that lets me basically customize this as much as I need to. Why Docker compose for just one image? I think Marco suggested using the Docker compose because the way the ports were being spun up by some of the Docker files was not, it wasn't exposing it publicly. And a lot of the environment variables that they were setting up weren't great. So this way we can use the Docker compose as a wrapper around whatever they do, use that as like a build context, and then just pass in what we need to. And it lets me worry about one file as opposed to like trying to configure a lot of their messes. Because a lot of their stuff was, it's in this case with the Minecraft one, it's really not the best showcase of like why this is good. But in like Terraria or other games, it becomes a lot to deal with. Build a settings area to configure those as UI interface. Make a CLI to choose options. Yeah, that's the ultimate plan, is to get to that point. But right now, the nice thing is it lets me just come in and select them as needed. And like the games interface. I just select and I go from there. Which is better than what we had before with like the pasting of the Docker files, etc. Unfortunately, it's still like a lot of problems that need to be solved. Can I go to the website and run a Minecraft server? I mean, yeah, you could. You just need the admin account information right now, anyways. Let me do this. That's programming every day. Yeah. Because I don't know, it's one of those things where like I try and go through and I try and solve a couple of the problems, and as I'm doing it, I'm like, oh, but now we got to do this, we got to do this, we got to do this. So then I just say, okay, you know what, this is a good enough solution for now. It at least lets me do the drop down as like a proof of concept, and then I'll come back to this later and I'll deal with all the consequences of these decisions later. Which is why I do a lot of the refactoring off stream, because like no one wants to sit here and watch me pace back and forth as I go, oh, do I want to do it this way or do I want to do it this way? And if I do it this way, what happens? So like in the case of customizing all this stuff, I pretty much have to go back to what we did previously with the like text field input, but we have to do it. I have to do it in like a completely different way, because I didn't realize that the Minecraft example was by far the best case. Like some of these are just not good. Pull the name from the image instead of having to type the game name. Yeah, that's where I wasn't sure, because I was thinking about doing that, but then if they want to like name it, you know, maybe instead of just doing vanilla like this one, maybe they want to have something that goes, I don't know, like server I play on with Joe or something, and then like you have a Joe vanilla server and you have like a Frank vanilla server or whatever. Where I wasn't really sure, because you're trying to give them as much flexibility as possible without it becoming cumbersome to, I don't know, like you don't want to lock them into just running one server if they really want to run an extra one. But that's where like you do this, and then ideally you have, instead of a submit, you'd have like a next button or something. And then you go, you know, do these ports sound okay or something, so that you know which ports you'd be connecting to, and then it would come in here, and then like for the Joe server, it uses, I don't know, 25565, and then for the Frank server, it uses 25566 or something. Keep it simple, stupid. Yeah, well, that's the problem, is you're trying to keep it simple, but like the simplicity becomes complication, I guess, for the person developing the thing. Because that's originally how I had it. I had it pasted up here, and I was like, wait, what if they want to run two servers at the same time? Like, I guess I could just put like the number 2 over it, but then they got to keep track of which one's Frank and which one's Phil. And I was like, well, maybe we have just like a composed name or something. And then, you know, that also didn't solve the problem. Minecraft isn't the best game on managing resources. It should be fine. I had it running like I had the Valheim, Project Zomboid, and Minecraft server running for a couple days. I didn't really notice any sort of leaks, but I've also learned there's ways to like restrict how much resources they can use. And that's where I'm going to have to figure out like how to give those configurations as well. Because then you can just restrict it so that they don't grow beyond a certain point, and then if they can't manage it, then the server just goes boom, and you know the rest of the container goes boom, but the rest of the server is okay. But yeah, this right here at least gets us to a point where like you can spin this up, and then you should be able to connect to this if you're on like Minecraft 1.1 for 1.20.4. And then because of how this is set up, you can then come in here and you can say, all right, I want to stop the server. It runs the job, which you can see over here. You got a bunch of them running at some point. And then the background job that you see running constantly checks this eventually and then updates the status, and then that gets broadcast through a turbo stream, so you don't have to refresh the page. So it's doing that similar to like how a regular CLI or a regular like hosting provider would do that. And if you want to start this again because you're using that custom image, depending on like which server you're running, you can just go ahead and click start server, and then it'll spin up, it'll grab this specific one, and then everything just kind of pops right back up. And it's really snappy to like stop and start a server when you're doing it this way for the Minecraft one. For the other servers, it can still be slow depending on like how much they have to do. Which in some cases, like the Valheim one or like the Project Zomboid one, those are not as snappy to start and stop. Those are still like a bunch of Steam stuff that has to happen. Eventually, I want to make a dashboard to auto-deploy different environments for my app to sell my app as a SaaS for other companies, all hosted using Kamal. Yeah, well, and that's the other thing. Like something like this, this is sort of like the thing that gets deployed. The next step will be the thing that deploys this to other applications. And that's going to be a whole different set of problems, I'm sure. But my hope is that if I can get this one to a point where I can just Kamal setup, I can then just run Kamal setup from that other app and have it deploy this stuff as needed. If this becomes a SaaS, maybe K8 will be a better choice than Docker. Yeah, so I've already been talking to one of my friends who does K8 stuff, and that was one of the things I was talking about, was moving over to Kubernetes for a lot of this. Unfortunately, that's going to require me to like learn Kubernetes and figure out how to get the stuff working. K8's, ooh. Play Minecraft custom resource. Yeah, so something, I don't know. I'm going to have to figure out something for that, because the way it's currently set up, I can already see the pain points. K8 is easier than you think. Yeah, but like when I say I have to learn it, it's not like the actual syntax, I guess. It's more just the weird workarounds that I have to do for like, I deploy the container to the server, and then the server has to come back to, or the container then has to go outside of itself to modify the server. And I don't know how to do something like that with Kubernetes to make it work properly. Because the issue here is like escaping the container, and I'm still not really thrilled with how I'm doing it. I think that's also going to have to change. Still trying to get Kamal to work. Yeah, that's story of my life right there. Okay, so yeah, this is still upset. So let's do a Kamal app logs. We also close the blind because the sun's hitting me right in the eye. Okay, so we've gotten rid of the other errors, I guess. It's just this one that's upset now, it looks like. So can I do a Kamal app, what is it, execute bin db rails create? Cannot translate hostname db to address. So yeah, back to this. Docker. Oops. What happened? Clone the Kamal repo to change the dependencies in order to work with Rails. Oh, right, because you're on Rails 6 as well. Yeah, that'll be a whole interesting set of problems. Okay, this is just not working. Let's come over here and let's SSH in with this one. There we go. Docker. Oh wait, it's /, right? There we go. Deployer DB. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Because that means you're also going to have to like set up your Docker file to make sure all of those dependencies work. I don't envy that. And then because you said it's like an established application, there's all the fun stuff that comes with like the additional dependencies that aren't just Rails stuff that builds up over time. Yep. What was I doing? Oh yeah, deployer DB. So I can come into like the env file. We can do a Rails, oh, sorry, it's not that. It's editor equals whatever, right? And we can edit this and we can change it to deployer DB. But I don't know if that's going to fix it. And can I do a Kamal app restart or something? Kamal app stop. Okay, so that stops it. And then I have to start it. Is there really no restart command? Hold on. Kamal app. Start, stop. Okay. All right, whatever. I don't care. And then we can do Kamal app logs, I guess. Nothing found. Really? Oh, failed. Kamal app logs. Okay. Well, stop app container on servers, and then we do start existing container on servers. So does it no longer exist? So yeah, if you so maybe stop, not the right word. Kamal app boot. Okay. That might have been it. So I don't start it, I boot it. Okay. Okay, and then we can do Kamal app logs to figure out what's wrong. Database version. Okay, Kamal app exec db create. Could not translate host name. Okay. Oh, wait. I edited the wrong env file, I think. I have to edit this one. And we said we're going to try deployer-db. Okay, Kamal env push. And we can do a Kamal app stop. And we can do a Kamal app boot. Okay. And then at some point, I'm going to alias the stop and the boot because I don't want to have to do this every time. Okay, and then we can do a Kamal exec again. Can I translate hostname DB? Where are you getting a hostname DB from? All right. Hold on. Host. Can I translate hostname DB? Oh, I see. I wonder if this is where it's coming from. Okay, well, we can try this. If this works, then I'll have a written report on your guys' desk in the morning on what I did wrong. Boot. Okay, so I at least want to see that the name of the database changes here. Because I think it might still be using the URL and not anything else. Okay, so that didn't change this. So from where is this coming from? Okay, let's try this. Okay. So then this probably, if it's doing this, it's probably grabbing the name out of there. So, I mean, I guess that could be it. I just don't understand why these wouldn't be set if I'm pushing them, but whatever. We can work with that at least, because then we can do a editor equals whatever, right? Something like that. Oh, and then it opened over here. And then we want to do this one as deployer-db. Deployer-db as well. So we can close this, and then we can do a Kamal deploy. We can't push that env file over. My word. Okay. We can come over here and refresh this one, right? Yeah. So, yeah. Again, the nice thing about this is a lot of this is now somewhat idiot proof. I haven't found a way to break this yet with my 3 buttons, but I'm sure there's probably a way to make this go boom. But the other like consequences of all of the refactoring I've done is it makes it a lot easier to come in here and like test what we're doing, because everything's now much more lean as opposed to before. When we had two jobs that were basically doing 90% of the work. Okay. That was weird. This is sort of the problem. I kind of want to just come into like the database.yaml and then just say, let's forget about the Rails credentials for now and just, I don't know, work with the environment variables that are getting pushed over, because I don't want to have to change the deploy every time. So maybe I'll do that. I'll like comment this out and then I'll just work with the env and then we'll see if we can use that. Oh man. And then the other thing I have to look at is this whole like job system. I'm not super thrilled about it. I'm a little bit concerned that it could potentially like cause problems. Right now I just have the one running, but I keep waiting to like pop over here and have it be like, oh, actually there's 30 different jobs that are happening. Yeah, good job. That was the one. So I knew something got mentioned like that the other day, but I couldn't for the life of me remember what it was called. I kept getting sent to the whenever gem page, and I was like, but I remember doing the sidekick scheduler at some point. So then I just went back to that. And yeah, solid queue just had like a to-do list of stuff. So I switched over to solid queue first. And then I realized that pretty much everything was in a to-do list item. And I was like, okay, so we can't use this one. So I went over to Sidekick. Good job is so easy. Good job start. Yeah. Yeah, I think they even mentioned this in the solid queue. What was it? Solid queue GitHub. I think I was like reading through this, and then like at the bottom it was like, I don't know. Yeah, solid queue has been inspired by Rescue and good job. We would recommend checking out these projects. But I was like, oh, a Basecamp tool. I should go check that out and figure out how it works. And then I tried it and I was like, oh, but you know, right here, improvements to logging, instrumentation, better CLI, way to run with an existing process in async mode, unique jobs and recurring cron-like tasks are coming very soon. I'm like, yeah, that's great, but I need them right now. So for now, I'll just sit with Sidekick and see what happens. That was basically the extent of my thought process yesterday. Okay, Kamal, app, exec, db create. And let's see if the name changes now, because now we've changed it as far as I can tell everywhere. It still hasn't changed. Kamal. I don't even know. I swear we changed it everywhere in this file, right? I'm pretty sure that we changed it deployer DB and deployer DB. Okay. And I've changed it in the env file itself to deployer DB, deployer DB. So I don't know where this host name is coming from now. Let me see. Maybe there's something I'm missing. Or sorry, it'd be. Maybe I can like pop into the container and check what the env looks like. Because I can't Rails C. That's kind of the annoying thing right now. So let me try this. Let me have the SSH, right? Or I guess I can do it from here, right? I can do this. Let me try this. Move this over here. Just in case it prints something weird. If it doesn't, you guys will be the first to see it. So we can Kamal exec -I. We can pop into here and do a print env. Okay, yeah, so the Postgres URL, it's still getting @db/whatever. So we gotta push that over somehow. So Kamal env push. Let's do that. And we'll move this back over here and look through the env files. Postgres URL is now deployer DB. Okay, so that I don't get it. Whatever. That's fine. I don't care. Kamal app stop. And then we can do a Kamal app boot, right? I think that'll work. Should at least cause the name in the Postgres command to change now. App exec. We want to do not this. We want to do bin/whatever. Okay. That changed somehow. Connection to server at this IP port 5432 failed. Password authentication failed for user. Okay. That's huge. That's a different error. I'm so happy right now. Oh my God. Okay. So now we just have to come into the deploy.yaml and we have to figure out how to get these secrets to be created in this weird accessories thingy. Right? Password authentication failed for user dnout. So where is dnout coming from? Let me check the env file itself. Okay, so the env file has that username. And then let me check the editor one, the encrypted credentials. We can do that one over here. You know what? I could just do this. Let me just do this instead. Give me 1 second. If I do this and I just... That's good enough for now. I can always clean up the token later. There we go. Okay. I'm just gonna do this so you guys can at least see this. I've moved the important stuff down below. Okay, so we have the Postgres URL, which is set right here. The Postgres username, I don't think is the one we have in our database.yaml, or at least not the one we want to use, maybe. So if I come over here and move this over here, dnout password 123, password 123, password 123, dnout production, right? For user dnout. Okay. And then we can come over to the deploy. Wonder if, I mean, this should have the environment variables, right? Get rid of this one because we don't need this twice. And then we have Postgres name and everything else. And then we have to figure out some way to get this to connect. I mean, it's clearly seeing this. So I guess I have to look at like the Postgres. Maybe I have to look at the Postgres image. Maybe there's a way to like configure this somehow. Okay. I'll extend this image environment variable. So there's Postgres password. We're putting all these into the DB, right? Postgres password. Postgres user. Oh wait, Postgres user instead of username. I wonder if that's it. User. Postgres DB. This is the optional environment variable that can be used to define a different name for the. Okay, so okay. This is probably it. So let's move this over here and let's just read through these. So we have Postgres name, which is this one. We have the, oops. That was not correct. Okay, wait. We have the Postgres password. Let's start with that one. We'll follow the list in here. Okay, password first. Then we have Postgres user, which is this one. Postgres user, Postgres user. Then we have Postgres DB. This is used to specify a different name for the default database. So that's this one. So this needs to be Postgres DB, which is, what did we just change? Postgres name. So Postgres name is now Postgres DB, like that. So we have password user DB. Then we have maybe a host. I'm not seeing a host. There's a host, presumably, and then we have this weird URL thing. So I think this is fine. This should then hopefully work for the authentication, at least for Postgres to maybe see this and then say, okay, I need to create a user with this stuff. That does unfortunately mean that we're going to have to spin down the Kamal containers here, I guess, or the accessories. So you can do this /docker. Okay, hold on. /docker ls.sh. There we go. Okay, so we can run this. Docker container stop, and then we're just going to stop all of these manually because I don't want to deal with the Kamal being upset with me thing again. And then we can also, what is it? Remove these. RM these. There we go. Docker container ls. They're all gone. Come over here and we can do a Kamal. Probably should close this too, right? Kamal app, or sorry, Kamal setup, right? Or okay. Key not found Postgres name. It's not. Postgres name. What is name for? Postgres user, Postgres password. Okay, move this back over here. Over to deploy Postgres name. Should I add camper ID to affected vehicles table or service bulletin vehicles joins table that join service bulletins to affected vehicles? Add the camper ID to the affected vehicles table or a service bulletin vehicles join table that joins service bulletins to the affected vehicles. I imagine it probably depends on how often you, maybe on how often you need to get that information. I feel like you might want to add the camper ID to the affected vehicles. But I guess I probably don't have enough perspective to really be helpful there. Okay, wait. So error exception key not found Postgres name. Oh, wait. I bet this is this over here. Well, let's just go through and let's just change this real quick. So we have password, we have user, then we have Postgres name, which is the database name, right? So that's Postgres DB, I think. We have host, and then we have URL, which also means we're going to want to do a editor equals whatever, just to make sure that we're on top of this. Make sure that this is synced up with that one. Okay, so we have the name, which is the DB. We have the user, the password, the host, and the URL. We can close this, and we can come over here, and we can do the same thing. So we have the name, we have the user, password, host, etc. I think that's correct. Just double and triple checking because I'm losing the plot here. Okay, DB is this one, I think. DB. User, password, host, and URL. Okay. Close that. Kamal env push. All setup. Postgres name is not found. Environment variables. Password, Postgres user, Postgres DB. Okay, hold on. Postgres, oops. Postgres underscore name. Oh, there is one here. So let's get rid of this one because, all right, this needs to be DB now, right? Like that. env push. Okay, so I'm assuming if it says it can't find it, it just means that we've changed what it's called over here. So this is now Postgres user. Okay. All right, and now we can do a Kamal deploy. Kamal deploy. We can also spell it correctly. We can put the env file away for now, hopefully. Okay, and then that should go over there. I still have to figure out how this one plays with other stuff. Yeah, I can come over here. And we can change this one to another vanilla server. So let me just say this is like, what do we say, Minecraft with Joe. Submit. Then we can start this one. Oh, wait. This one might have been upset here. Okay, container Minecraft, recreate, error message from Daemon. Okay, I think I see what the problem is. It's going to be, it's going to be in one of the things where we're rewriting this. I think in the, come into the image manager. Maybe in here. But there's a like a normalized name and then the normal display name, and I think it's probably using the normal display name where it's trying to set the new name. Okay, so the name is the Docker image, full image with tag. So let's come into the Docker image, full image with tag. So can I come over to the Docker images here and look at the last one? Docker image for game Minecraft with Joe. Okay, so that part worked. Okay, let's go back then and let's try this again. So we can at least mess with this while the other one's trying to start. So we can build from payload, come up here, inserts, runs build image, executing Docker command -p deployer -f payloads. Okay, so let's come over here and see in payloads, Minecraft with Joe, Docker compose. Oh, right here. Okay, so where it sets the container name, that's where the problem is, which we can find in the sidekick. I keep wanting to go into the jobs area. Okay, so update image name. We need to find the container name section, which is happening in the services. YAML service. There it is. Okay, so in here, it's not very normalized name of you. Okay, I wonder if that's it. Okay, so we set it like this, but then if we come over here, so this grabs the new container name, but this doesn't exist, right? Because we're trying to modify this. So this can't use the normalized name, right? This almost has to use the old name. Like that. I wonder if that's part of the problem. Okay, so let's come over here. Let's delete this one. Oh. Games violates foreign key constraint on table Docker images. Game.rb. Aim.destroy, or sorry, Docker image.destroy all. This is because I've changed the logic in a couple places. Game.destroy all. We can do that. Refresh. We got to go back to games, and then we can make a new one, new game. So we'll say Minecraft is the first one, which will be vanilla. Submit. Build from payload, and then we can come over here to the well, let's come over to the Docker images first, or the Docker compose file here. Okay, so container name is Minecraft. The image name is right here. And then at some point, this should get updated. Let's go over to images. We have Deanin /Minecraft. All this other stuff. Okay. Yeah, we got to deal with that too. So I have to wait for this to finish. Then we can go through here, and I need to prune all the images. Let's come over here though to the server, wherever that is, and we can do this command. So we have two things running right now with that Kamal deploy. So we have to do a Kamal setup because unfortunately it didn't recreate the accessories. It removed the accessories, but it didn't create them. So we have to completely redeploy, otherwise we won't have whatever we need here. But then we can come over here, and I'm gonna prune everything real quick. So let's get rid of this deployer container because we don't need this right now. And we can come over to the volumes. We can get rid of the volume, or sorry, we can come over to the images. Get rid of the images. Maybe. Okay, images. Get rid of this one. We can leave that one. Okay. Now we can come over here. This now needs to be built. So if we come over to this one, hit enter, build from payload, Docker operation succeeded. Context job raised an exception, retry. Image manager job. Image manager job, and this is line 32. Modify compose file. So we got to come back over to the YAML manager. In the YAML, line 19. Old image name. Okay, yeah, so this. Okay, undefined method for no class. So I'm assuming what's happening is it doesn't have, when it sets this, this is probably incorrect. Oh, which is a little bit frustrating. Right, because this, let me full screen this, and let's move this over here so I can actually take a look at this. Okay, so we have the services block, then we have Minecraft, which is the game.normalize name. Okay, so yeah, this is where I still have a fragment of trying to use just the name of the Docker, or the name of the template they're using, because this isn't always going to be Minecraft or whatever in this case. Because here we have, in this one we have Minecraft, but in the other one, like we have, what was it, like Minecraft with Joe or something. So we have to figure out how to set this. So this one can either be whatever the default is, which we had originally, or it can be this one. It can either be the normalized name or it can be whatever's in here, which in the other case was like, oh, I see. Okay, wait, hold on. Yeah, this is wrong. So our services block here needs to be, in this case, the normalized name, because then Minecraft becomes Minecraft, and then this just works, right? Like our game name is Minecraft. Normalized name just becomes lowercase Minecraft. So this is effectively the same thing as saying at Docker compose services block, and then for this middle block, this would be Minecraft. But the problem is, in the other case, we can also have at Docker compose services, and then this one right here would be Minecraft with Joe. And Minecraft with Joe doesn't exist yet because we're trying to write that. So this only happens on init. Oh, you almost need to run. You almost need to run this twice. Okay, so there's like a lot of weird edge cases that can happen here. But what I'm thinking is you run through this the first time. It sets the services block as opposed to this. So you'd have like at Docker compose services, and then you would set, I don't know, you have to like modify this one. Modify this name. So I have to figure out some way to like replace this with something. Like rename or something. And then do, I don't know, Minecraft with Joe. And then you could do this right here. So this would have to be Minecraft. Something like that, which in this case would actually be like the old service name. Whatever that originally was. I think that's the way to do it. Now, how to do this, I don't know, because then you also have like the problem of what happens if you come in here a second time. Which you ideally wouldn't, but in this case, we don't really have a choice. Exec, try this again, see what its problem is. Okay, password authentication failed for user D now. Postgres, image, create, initial user. I don't know. Official Postgres Docker image will run SQL scripts found in Docker entry points in init.db.d folder. But since July, oh geez, this is an old one. If all you need is create a user in database, it's easier to make use of the Postgres user, which we definitely have. Deploy.yaml. YAML. Okay, we have Postgres user, password, and DB. So there's probably something else that has to be set here in this Postgres block to make this work. Okay. Postgres Docker compose example default user or something. Oh, if we find this, then we should be good. Running Postgres image. This doesn't seem like it's very composey. Okay, let me zoom in a bit as well so that everyone can see the absolute nonsense we're Googling. Create username, Postgres container. Postgres with Docker and Docker compose. Okay, here we go. Postgres with Docker. Postgres with Docker compose. User is user. Okay, it uses Docker compose version 3.8. Defines DB as a service. Sends in the user and the password. Keep in mind, as the database is not sent by default for the initial official image, it will use the username as the database name. Subsequently, we map the host machine port. Okay. Which I was totally doing. And no one can say otherwise. And then what else? DB, var, whatever. Okay, well, the volume section doesn't really matter right now because not really worried about a volume. And then this just works. Okay, I guess we can try this. Kamal accessory stop DB. And then boot DB. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Accessory boot DB. Oh, okay. Start DB. Okay. Kamal app exec. This one. Okay. Well, that was impossible to read. Here we go. Password authentication failed. Okay, is there a way to like Kamal accessory? I will never remember these commands. Okay, so we did a stop and we did a boot. Boot's a new accessory on the host service. Okay, details. Kamal accessory details DB. Deployer name. Ports seem fine. Okay, can I do details? Oh wait, I just did details. You can restart the existing container, which isn't what I want to do. This one just stops an existing container. Okay, I can remove everything and then boot a new one. Let's try that. Oh wait, right here. This one, I want to do reboot. Kamal accessory reboot DB. That looks like it totally wipes out the Postgres stuff. Nothing written. Docker invalid container port 5432. Okay. Let's try this one. Wait. Docker container stopped. Okay, we have deployer DB again. Kamal app exec whatever. Okay, so it's, I mean, it's not making it. So, this would be so much easier if I just wasn't so stubborn. We're going to make this work through Kamal. We're going to do it. Let's see. Docker, attach Postgres. Okay, what if we do this? We do this. Oh, wait, no, we want to do Kamal accessory exec dash I don't know, PSQL. Oh, it was called with arguments. Okay, so I can't do that. Okay. Oh, I see. DB. What's the command? Oh, there is no attach. No, there's an accessory. Okay, so exec db dash I PSQL. Okay, connection to server on socket failed. No such file or directory. Is the server running locally? Accepting connections on that socket. I think so. Thought it was. I mean, it's definitely running. Docker container PS. Okay, Postgres. Okay. Docker exec dash it for deployer db bash. Can I do that? Okay. And then we can do this again. Let's try this. What is it? Define what the command I want to run is. Okay, let's do this. Okay. Let's start here. Okay. All right, so we don't want to do that. I think what we want to do is we need to connect to a, how do I do this? Docker attach container name, I guess. Okay. Dash IT. And then we need the ID. I'm going to do deployer dash DB. Hopefully that works. Super secret password. Okay, but this is at least confirming that it is in fact doing something. It's not just Rails hallucinate. Oh, wait, hold on. Kamal documentation. That's a good point. Configuration. Oh, okay, it's just implied if it's an accessory. Okay, so it's not that. Okay. See the official documentation. Yeah, you know, the official documentation is never as good as these people think it is. Also, isn't there like a rule about not just saying go look at the link on Stack Overflow? I feel like that's a thing that we've been told our whole lives, and then every time I find an answer, they just go to Stack Over or go to the link. Let's see. Not that one. I need to figure out what I don't even know. Postgres, Docker image, default admin user, just give me something to log into. Postgres user, I guess. Okay, pull latest, create volume, and then it just does run. Oh, but here it's already creating this like default stuff, which I don't think I have, right? And they're using PG admin. Okay, well. Oh, I don't. Oh my God. I need some way to get into this. Okay, what if I do this? Okay, role root does not exist. Okay, what if we do this? Run bash, and then we can do PSQL. Role root does not exist. Okay. Or PG admin. Yeah, the problem is like I don't know how I would get those to connect with this either, and then I would have to figure out how to expose those so that I could access those. I mean, it's almost like this thing's just being created with nothing, which is, it's so weird because it's right here. Like there's clearly something here, but maybe maybe I come over here. Mounting a volume to var lib PostgreSQL. The var lib PostgreSQL data path is a local volume from the container runtime. This data is not persisted on the mounted volume. The optional variable can be used to define. Okay. PG data. I don't think that's the problem either. All right, you know what? Gonna do a last resort again. We're gonna go over to the AI that's gonna replace us. See what it has to say about it. It's telling me root and the Postgres user don't exist. Please. All else fails, ask ChatGPT. Yeah, I've had a not great luck lately where this thing just insists on not being helpful. Ensure the env section of your DB services correctly specifies the Postgres user. Okay. Connecting to the PSQL container. I mean, we could try that, right? We could do this. We have it, so we could do what is it? Docker logs deployer DB. Okay. Password authentication fails. Is there anything at the start here? Where the log start? Database directory appears to contain a database. Skipping initialization. Really? And then, yeah, it's just a bunch of I failed to connect. Okay, so I don't think it's that one. Docker network ls. We have the private network, so it's not that one. Once inside, you can use the PSQL command to connect to that. Oh, okay. You know what? That's actually a good idea. Bash PSQL -u Postgres user. Oh, right. Yeah, we've already need to create role. Yeah. Okay, so that's another possibility. We could do that. We could come over here. We could switch the user to Postgres, right? Something like that. But then we can also, hold on, let me undo this before I change too much. We're in the container, right? Okay. Figured it out. I don't know why that was so complicated. And now I have to figure out why this is refusing to work. Because I'm going to run into the trap of like changing it in here and then going, oh, yeah, it works. And then whenever I go to like Kamal deploy again, we're going to be stuck in a situation of not remembering how this worked. Okay, let's see. Recreating the container, accessing the container. I guess I can just scroll over here. Yeah, see. And then here it just goes, just manually make it 5-head, which is fine, but like, I'm not, I don't want to do that because that really, I mean, I guess, okay, if I make the user, or if we find a way to set the role maybe is what I have to do. So let's come back over to the deploy.yaml. Docker compose. Maybe this is what I have to do. Oh my God. About to say some non-advertiser friendly words with the attitude some of these people have. Guy goes, have you even tried Googling this? As I'm sitting here trying to Google this for like 20, 30 minutes. And then he links to a Stack Overflow post that doesn't answer the question. Okay. Good point. Let's do this then. Docker volume ls. Oh, geez. Docker volume prune. Okay. That's most of them. We have a deployer data. Let's change this to DB. Okay. Kamal setup. Hopefully this goes through and it doesn't work because there's a daemon conflict because deployer DB already exists. Kamal accessory DB stop. All accessory stop DB. Okay. All set up. All accessory remove. Yes, please remove it. Okay. Set up again. Okay, Docker run. It does the attach. Oh, we can try this. So what I'm trying to do now is I've both blown away the old volume and I'm trying to create a new volume. In the event that during the setup, it's not using these because the volume already existed from back before. And because the volume existed, because it said it skipped a step, that means it wasn't creating the users. So now it should look at this and say, oh, look, the Postgres doesn't exist yet. We got to create some data, and then it'll set up the users, maybe. But I'm not holding my breath in that case. In this other case, we still have to come over here and figure out how to handle this. Because we have a old compose name. So what I actually think I want to do here is stop the server and then run a Rails C. I'm going to do game equals game.last. Okay. And then game.template. Does it have? No, because I don't save that, right? Okay, so we have the game and we have a path for the compose file, right? So if I do game.docker image, this should have some methods on it, but I don't remember what they're called, so I'm going to grep them for compose. Methods.grep. I'm pretty sure you have you don't have it. Okay. Maybe game has it. Compose directory. Okay, so if we do this, we can do docker, or we can do game dot compose file path, I think is what we need. Okay. So we have that. Then we can come over to the thing here and we can use this. So we can say YAML manager is equal to YAML manager service.new, and we can pass in the game.compose file path and the game. Okay. We have the YAML manager and we can do a .old image name, which is that, which we are getting out of here somehow, right? We're doing this game image. We come in here and we're saying services, Minecraft. We're changing the container name and the image name. These two change. Oh, I see. Okay, so I have to change, like, I guess I have to change this. Okay, so I have to change like the name of the entire block, I guess, as opposed to what I've been doing. Okay. Okay, and then this person's just, I don't even, maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm alone here. Does anyone else just actively avoid Stack Overflow links because of all of the, like, the negativity that just shows up every time you go onto that website? It feels like every time I go there, there's just someone that's like needlessly rude in the replies. Okay. Kamal app exec was the one, right? Password authentication failed for user. That's fine. No big deal. We can do the other one, right? We can come over here and we can come into here. Or wait, no, not this one. We want to do the other one. Stack Overflow mission statement. Yeah, a little bit. That's what it feels like sometimes. Okay, so that doesn't work because the root role doesn't work. What about the logs? We had those somewhere, right? Docker logs. Okay. So let's find the starting point here, which is going to be somewhere. Create database. You now start the database using this. Enabling trust, does all that. Database system is ready to accept connections. Ignoring Docker entry point init db whatever. Waiting for shutdown. Server stopped. Role does not exist. Role does not exist. Role does not exist. Okay. This has been spun up now. Its name is still deployer DB. Just making sure. And then we have Docker volumes ls. Volume ls. Which now doesn't have deployer DB in it. Isn't that what this... We ran into this the other day. What was the solution for this? The payload's in the socket here. Do we have to come down here and also create it here? I don't know, but we'll try it. Kamal setup. Hey Marcelo, how are you doing? Oh, and we're running into this again. Okay, let's Docker container stop deployer DB and Docker container RM deployer DB. Okay. That should hopefully take care of that. Now I've added the volume block here. I don't know what else to do. I'm running the setup. So the setup should in theory then say we need the volume. And we can always check that by going to /var/lib/docker and volumes. So yeah, there's deployer data, deployer games, but nothing else. Okay. Deployer games is this one right here. Oh, wait, but this one's going to... So yeah, this might just create a DB instead of a deployer DB. Okay, so maybe that's the problem. I got to come down here and do deployer _ DB. Got to release the lock and then do a Kamal setup again. Okay, so that should be good for that. And then we can come over here. We have the old image name. So much context switching while doing this. Absolutely not a good idea. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to come in here with the Ruby YAML whatever thing, and I need to say rename this service block or something to get this to stop being angry. I think. Now, if I get rid of this and come over here, come up to here, we have the image, we have the containers, right? And then if I come over here and stop the server, this should stop. And then this should switch over. Let me just identify the problem that I'm trying to fix here. So that works. Give it a couple seconds. Thank you. We can come over here and click start. Starts this, and then okay, so something else is broken. Fantastic. So it's working on refresh, but Turbo's not broadcasting. We'll deal with that later. This start stop works. If I come over to games, I do a new game and I do a second game. I go over to vanilla. I submit. Okay. Second game should now try to run. Now I'm going to stop the first one. Docker operation failed. Oh, wait. This is, yeah, of course this one doesn't exist because I just did that. Okay, let's go to the first game. We can stop this one. Stop server. I should hopefully shut this one down. Okay. Now let's go to the second one and click build from payload. Yeah, and then this one gets upset because there's an undefined method for nil class. And this has to do with the YAML manager. Because it's trying to go to here, which in the other case, I had it set to go to Minecraft, because that was the name of the template or whatever. The template name. So this either needs to be changed or we either store the service name on the game, or more likely, why does it say this one's running? This one's definitely not running. Whatever. Or we just change all of these to have a service of game, because they're all running under a different name anyways. So let's try that. If we switch this over to game, right? And then we come up here and we switch this service to game. We can then come over to, what's happening in here? We can then come over to the YAML manager, and then this one can be game, like that. And then it doesn't matter what game it is. We just have to make sure we update it for each of them, like this. And we can get rid of this because it doesn't really make sense. And then we can do this. Okay. And we can come over here. We can come to the images. I guess these don't really matter, right? But I'm going to delete them anyways, just so we have like a plain starting point. Some point of comparison. Some sanity check or something, because I'm losing my mind here. I'm going to leave the it's G one just because I don't feel like pulling a billion times a day. And then this is still also broken, so we'll do game.destroy all. Oh, we have to do docker image.destroy all. Then we can do game.destroy all. That'll get rid of all those. We can then refresh, come back to games. Now we can do a new game. We'll say this one's Minecraft. Come down here, change this to vanilla, although we could realistically do Forge. It just takes longer to do Forge. So we'll build from payload. It's here, that starts this up, and then we can see deployer Minecraft is up and running. Then we can come over here to games, create a new game, call this one another Minecraft server LOL. Do another vanilla one, click submit for this one, and then click build from payload for this one. Come over to images. Okay, and here we're running into an issue. Same deal at line 11. Okay, so, oh wait, I see. Okay, that's my bad. I changed it in the wrong location. I'm changing it in the end result. I'm not changing it in the template. So we have to come into lib assets, Docker templates, vanilla compose. And then in here, we can just change this one to be game. And then this should allow us to manage everything. So we can come in here to this service, call this one game. Come in here to this one, call this one game, and then come into the Zomboid one and do the same thing. Boom, 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 hopefully. Okay. And then we can come over to the server again, stop this one. Containers, destroy, delete forever. Give it a second to sort itself out. And we can go over to the other one. And then it should copy those into those directories. And then we should be good to go. Theoretically. Whether or not that's the case, I don't know. But let me come over here real quick to the payloads directory. So we have all these folders in here now. I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to delete these. Delete permanently. Okay, so now that's empty. So now I'm going to come over here and I'm going to come over to the Docker images, which has a bunch of stuff. Okay, so I'm going to do another game. We'll do the Minecraft one, I guess. Build from payload. Let's see if we can build from this if we delete that file. I don't think we can, but I really don't know. Excuse me. Okay. compute it. It's doing something. If we come into the payloads directory, do we have anything? We do. We have Minecraft, and then we have another Minecraft service LOL in here. Okay. So let's come in here. Let's just do this. Again, docker image.destroy all. Game.destroy all. I really need to have a clean up my mess button that I can just press every once in a while to make sure that like all my stuff's gone. Okay, vanilla, Minecraft. Submit. Okay, and then this is now upset. Where is this? Template services Minecraft. Oh, okay. Where is this? Docker template service. Game. Container name equals that. Okay, so then I can do... Does this game exist yet? Okay. Refresh. Let me come over to games real quick. This one's... That's not true. Okay, that one was destroyed because it didn't create the Docker image yet. New game. Minecraft. Vanilla. Submit. Game created. No status, so that's also good. Come over here, and then we can click build from payload. Deanin Minecraft. Come over to containers. Deployer Minecraft is running. Okay, let me stop that one. Should see this disappear. Maybe. It says Docker operation succeeded, but I'm questioning that. Okay, so maybe the shutdown logic is messed up now. Oh, this one's running on its G. Maybe that's the problem. What are you doing, bro? Nice live. Trying to get a Rails Kamal app to deploy different Docker containers. So you're kind of deploying a Rails app that then deploys more applications. And what I'm trying to do right now is have it boot up a couple different Minecraft servers, because this is how I test things, apparently. Problem I'm running into is my logic changed, and now I think that's causing some other stuff to break. So we got to do stop container. What is it? Stop job. Container stopper. Okay, that's what it is. Container stopper job. There we go. Okay, so this goes to deployer, compose file down, right? Game.compose file path, which is going to go over to there. Deployer data, or sorry, payloads. Payloads has the Minecraft in it. So services, game, and then the image. If I do stop over here, wherever we just were, did this also break? It did. Docker container ls. Docker container stop deployer -db. Docker container rm deployer -db. Okay. Can I do this now, please? Let's come over here. I'm going to hit enter a bunch, and then we're going to say stop server, and we're just going to see what this does. Executing command, Docker operation succeeded. Payloads /Minecraft /Docker compose.yaml down. Okay. I'm assuming because this one is like this, instead we would need it to be this if we wanted to stop it, right? So that should try to run that one instead. Maybe not. So something in here is... Something in this logic's changed. Sidekick. Container stopper. So let's grab this command. We can then stop the server because we don't need the server to be running for this. And we can just try running this from the console. Rails C. Okay. And then I want to do this. I'm going to copy all of this into here. Okay, ID is equal to 9. We can do this. Okay. This is the command it's trying to run. So we can just do system command. So yeah, this command for some reason is now upset. Somehow our change to the rest of it broke the deployer, or sorry, the container stopper. And the only thing we really changed was the way that we were accessing this stuff in the compose. Old image name is Docker compose services game image. We have a new image name. We have the normalized name. We set the new name, the new image, and then the new container name. So at this point, if we come in here to the Docker compose, this should now be set to, oh, this one's wrong. Okay, so we know that that one's no good. If we come in here, this is set to Deanin /Minecraft with a name of that. So this isn't reflecting this. So that's part one of the problem. Let me stop this and just see if this is a recurring problem or if this is just a one-off because of whatever we did. In the future, I'd like to get it so it's constantly checking the server and just listing off which containers are running in case you run into an abandoned container type of issue. Delete this. Build from payload. Oops. bin/dev. Okay, like this. Rails stream neat. Shame it's midnight here. Yeah, I've had a couple of people tell me that when I stream at my time, it's like the dead of night for them. I'm sorry about that. Okay, apparently restream just went down. Oh yeah. Please enable channels here. Oh, don't want to show that. Move this over here. Well, that one thinks it's working. So I guess Restream's just having a problem. Same time zone. Yeah, what I'm thinking I might have to do is just stream it at various times, and maybe that'll let people join like when they want to. Okay. Destroy this game. Okay. Update or delete on games violates foreign key constraint on table Docker images. One of those, Docker image. One second. There it is. Let's do something like this. Is this the one I need? Oh, okay, but that at least tells me what my options are. Yeah, dependent. I can just do dependent destroy, I guess. Oh, I also could have just done destroy all in the other one. That also would have worked, right? I do on delete cascade. Maybe it's not a thing anymore. I don't know. Okay, let's do this. Stop this. We can do the, oops, destroy. We can do the game @game.docker image.destroy. Game @game.destroy. And actually, I'm going to do game.all or .destroy all again. Let's do docker image.destroy all. Game.destroy all. Come back over to games. New game. Test. Vanilla create. No containers, no images. Build from payload. Okay. Queuing it. It looks like it's running. I really need to turn off the status checker as long as I'm working on this because it's a bit much to listen to in the thing. What is it? Workers. Come into here and I can just do this. I can also just come into the schedule, right? Sidekick. I can just get rid of this for now, and then this will get rid of the scheduler, and that'll let me see what I'm actually doing. Okay, so that started this. Now let me try to stop it. Oh, there we go. Okay, so that stops it. Let me come over here and try to start it again. That starts the Deanin/test image. So it's in use, and then we can see that's working. So I can click on stop, and hopefully that stops it again. So we've at least, yeah, the dependent destroy it's not doing it for me. Okay, so that's good. So if I come into game.rb, it has one, unless I need to do something on the, because I don't really know. Every time I do a has one, I'm like probably doing something funky. Okay, so that works, right? Let me just verify that this is actually broken. Test, I don't know. Let's just do Minecraft. We already have one. We can do another one. Vanilla, submit. Build from payload. Starts up a thing. Really fast, though. Like suspiciously fast. Stop server. Okay. Okay, so that stopped it. Start it. Starts it. Some cases might need to do that. Okay, I mean, I don't want to, but I can try it. Okay, so that also works, right? We have these two now. New game. Minecraft in space. We're doing this because we'll test one that has spaces in the name, and maybe that's what's breaking it. Oops. Or sorry, build from payload. Images, Minecraft in space, untagged, untagged. Does all that other stuff. I mean, what we can do, I'm going to wait for this to finish. Assuming it wants to finish, I don't know. Back over to here. So nothing's currently running as far as I can tell. The Minecraft in space doesn't seem to be spacing. So I'm going to go ahead and stop the server. And I'm going to do a Rails DB drop, Rails DB create. As soon as that's done. One other session using the database. Is there? What? Is that other session in the room with us right now? Database Deanin development is being accessed by other users. That doesn't seem factually accurate. Okay. Can I do this? And then just stop it like that? Oh, it's not PSQL. PostgreSQL. Okay. Oh, thank you. And then I can do this. Let me do start. And then I can do a drop. Because like there's no way something's accessing it now. I just stopped the service, right? Okay. Rails DB create. Rails DB migrate. Oh, I still have to get rid of the solid queue stuff too. Okay. Hold on. Might as well do that while we do this. Rails DB rollback. Okay. We can just do this. Let's come into our DB real quick. DB migrate. Create solid queue tables. And this one actually can go as well. Okay. Rails DB create. Rails DB migrate. Should be a shorter list of migrations now. Okay. Rails DB seed. That one's only really one command, and then we can do a bin/dev. Okay. Over here to games or localhost. Sign it. Admin. Okay. Let's come over to light mode. Admin@example.com. It doesn't have Tailwind classes on the device form yet, so there we go. I have to go into light mode whenever I log into an account. Let's go over to games, new game, test, submit, destroy. Okay, so yeah, something in the database was just weird. Now it's working. So let's come over here, models. Because again, like I've never seen this not work, but it wasn't having it when I tried this. I should also maybe do something like a payloads prune thing that we could run. Let's do this. We can come in here. I'm going to create a completely new one. Minecraft, vanilla, submit. Okay. Come over here. I'm going to grab this one, this one, this one, delete these. Okay. Build from payload. We can actually read the console now. What a concept. So we can see we're executing the Docker compose command. We're deploying, or we're giving it the deployer prefix, and then we're using the payloads /Minecraft /Docker compose. So if we come in here to payloads /Minecraft /Docker compose, we're using this one, which still has its G and a container name of Minecraft. Once this finishes and we actually have the container up and running, it'll then pop in here and rename these. It's just going to take a minute for that to probably happen because it has to pull this because it's using the remote image for this. There we go. Okay, so that gets updated. Now it's switched over to Deanin Minecraft latest. And then we can come over here, stop the server, executes Docker stop for this compose YAML down. We just need to wait for some kind of feedback from that. Okay, that's stopped. Now we can start the server. And it's back up and running. And this time it's using the newly named image instead. So that's fine. Let's stop this. We come over to games. We can do a new game. I'll create another one. I'm going to call this like, I don't know, second Minecraft. Vanilla, submit, build from payload. Okay, and that was actually really fast. Let's come over here. Let's stop this one. Spin this one down. It's weird how long the stop command takes sometimes because it has to finish like making sure everything's saved. And now we can start it. That starts it. Second Minecraft, Deanin, second Minecraft, latest, whatever. Okay, so now let's go back to games. We also don't have the status check job. So if the status isn't working here, it's because I didn't want to spam the console anymore. Let's do a new one. Minecraft with spaces. Vanilla, submit. This is the one that I think keeps breaking it, is when it has a space. So let me come back to the games. Second Minecraft, right? I'm going to click stop. That should stop the server. And then we're going to try to start this one with the spaces. And we'll see if that's what's causing this to go boom. Yeah, right here. Executes command. Game polling failed. Invalid container name, Minecraft with spaces. Somewhere it's trying to do a space. So let's come into payloads, Minecraft with spaces, this one. These are both fine, but something in whatever's running this is messing it up. So this is the image manager job. But where is that issue happening? I guess just image manager job. So let's just say image manager job. And what we're really looking for is game.name somewhere instead of game.normalize name. It's really only happening in like 2 areas. So somewhere it's for some reason getting the name with the space in it, even though it shouldn't. Because if we look in the game.rb, I mean, we can already see like it's just, that's fine. But then also the, I don't know, whatever's doing it. Because if we look in the compose file, Minecraft with spaces, there are no spaces. So somewhere it's trying to run this with the spaces for some reason. So let's come into image manager and let's just step through the logic. So it gets the game, because we can't pass the game into the sidekick jobs because cringe. We prepare the game environment. We unzip the game if the game has a payload attached. In this case, it doesn't have a payload attached, so then we can just deploy the compose file. Which means we can go here. We deploy the compose file, which downloads and prepares the compose file, makes the directory, and then it moves it, which is still in the image manager job. So we can just come down here. So we say download and prepare, which just creates a temp file with the Docker compose because we're storing this with active storage. So we have to grab all this stuff and then we can say, all right, we have our temp file. Let's now make the directory for it by grabbing the compose directory, which in this case is going to be payload / whatever the name of the game is. So let's come into game.rb and look at the compose directory. The compose directory grabs the payload / normalized name, which again shouldn't be anything like this. So if I come in here and I do a Rails C, game equals game.last, game.name is going to be Minecraft with spaces, game.normalized name is going to be Minecraft with spaces without spaces. So that's fine. That one's using that one. Nothing else here seems to be using anything that should really cause a problem. It moves it. We finish deploying it. So we finish preparing the environment. We then start the container. Start the container does a Docker compose with the compose file path. If we come in here, compose file path is compose directory, which uses the normalized name / this. And if we come into the payloads, it's also without that. So that's also fine. So it tries to start this with the compose file path. But then for some reason, somewhere, it's saying, oh, actually, you're trying to do this with a space. So maybe the game controller, when we do start, deploy, does container starter job. Although I think that happened when we tried to build the payload, right? So it really should just be a problem in here. Okay. It starts the container, then does the update image name if you should, which does game.docker image. Let's come into Docker image, full name with tag, which does registry / game.normalized name. Okay, so that's also not the problem. Only thing I can really think of is rails.logger.debug. Do a bit of screaming into the void real quick. And then we can try to start this, I guess. That starts it. So we can start it. It's just the initial build isn't working. Oh, wait, was that the right one? Or did I stop the wrong one? Let's see. Let's start Minecraft with spaces real quick. Yeah, Minecraft with spaces works, so that's fine. But we want the build from payload to work, which means we need to delete this volume. So we'll come over to volumes, or sorry, images, and then we'll get rid of Minecraft with spaces. Delete that one, delete forever. Come in here, build from payload. Yeah, and then it runs in the same thing. So where is my screaming into the void? Okay, container Minecraft with spaces creating. Okay. Invalid container name. It's got to be grabbing this from somewhere. Image manager job, executing command. Docker operation failed, game pulling, game pulled. Container Minecraft with spaces. Okay. And it does a Docker tag. It's G. This is where it's renaming it. So the error happens before it renames it, which is like this stuff right here. It's got to be somewhere in here where this thing is getting renamed. New image name is game.docker.fullname with tag. Update image runs, renames the image. I don't think this is happening during a Docker tag. So the tag happens right here. It renames it, and then it executes the RMI, which removes the image. So that one's fine too. So before it removes the image, after it downloads the image, at some point, it's going, actually, I'm going to rename this. which is weird because right here, it's very clearly executing this, and you can even see it right here. So the only thing I can really think of is like at this step, we need to log this thing, or we get to start container and we just do that. Let's just do this. Okay, and then we can come in here, Minecraft with spaces. We can delete this one. Oops, we can delete this one. Okay. Hit enter. Build from payload. Okay. So yeah, something up until the point where it starts the container is making it not happy. Okay. So let's see. Docker compose -p. Let's come into the compose file now because we didn't rename it in this case, right? It's G. The container name is in here with spaces. So it's in here with spaces, and then later it has the spaces removed somehow. Prepare game environment. Doc. Prepare game environment. Deploy compose file. Download and prepare compose file. Creates a temp file, makes the directory, moves the compose file path in here. Just scripts, or no, we need to come into lib. Lib, assets, Docker templates, vanilla. That one's just set to game. Come into the YAML manager. Okay. Game container name is equal to new container name, which is that one. But we do have the Docker template service, right? This. What is this? Customized template. Okay, hold on. I bet this is the problem. Sets the templates. Yeah, right here. This is it. Okay, thank God. Okay, so in this file, the Docker template service, this should not be using game name. It should be using game dot normalized name, which I should have seen when I did game.name earlier. I don't know why that didn't show up. Okay, so now we can come back to there. It's my fault. Reading's hard. Let's come back into our image manager and we can go back to running the rest of this. Just like that. We now come over here and we can open up Docker, move this over, click build from payload. It'll clone it, make it, come over to containers, untags the new one. Oh, and it's still doing it. So something's still broke-ed. Deployer data, mods. Nope, I keep doing that. We don't actually need the deployer data folder, so I'm just going to get rid of this so I stop looking at it. And we're going to come into payloads, Minecraft with spaces, which is once again changed. Game controller. Oops, game controller. In here. In here, it calls this normalized name, right? Game polling, container, Minecraft with spaces, whatever. Game name. This goes into here. This comes into here. Options, game name. Something's broke. What did I do? Okay. Loads it. So what we can do is we can kind of mimic this, right? Like we just need the game controller. Oops, game controller. Move this over here or something. Put this right next to the Docker template service like that. Okay. Don't need that. Come in here. We need the apply template here. Do Rails C. This needs @game, so @game equals game.last, right? Paste all this in. So @game dot name, right? And then dot normalized name. Those are both fine. Okay. At game.docker compose file is going to have some weird stuff in it. It right now has this name with spaces. I wonder if the attach is the problem. So if I come in here and I do apply template and I run this, oh, the params don't exist. That makes sense. But I can probably check this. So what we're going to do, bin/dev, we're going to delete this and we're going to recreate it. Show this, destroy. Oh, and the foreign key constraint is happening again. Docker images, detail key is still referenced as from table Docker images. Docker images.rb. Belongs to game. Okay. One problem at a time. At game dot docker image dot destroy. Destroy this one. Docker image destroy. What's happening? Get this out of here. Okay. Docker image dot destroy all. Game dot destroy all. Go back to games. New game. Minecraft with spaces. We don't have to test the other ones right now because we already know those are fine. This is not working. Okay. So in our games controller, in our apply template, right? Because this is happening in create. Okay, this also doesn't need to happen. Because this is happening in create, and then we come in here and we apply the template. Yeah, 32, it does this. At game nor game.rb. Just calls name dot whatever dot that. I need to move this. I think this is a bit of a logic pickle. One sec. Let me. It's dark enough outside, so I don't have to worry about the light hitting it. But this lets me air out the room because it's like 85 in here, thanks to all the lights. Good times. Okay, so we have this. We want to move this over there. Oh, nobody saw that. It was, I just put dot normalize name after name. I didn't even read the error message. String. Okay. We can come over here, refresh games. That works. All right. Build from payload. Empty compose file. Empty compose file. Oh, because this failed the first time. Let me just. Daylight savings time is a killer on me all week. Yeah, I've felt the same way. I've been so out of it since Sunday. Like yesterday, I realistically could have streamed at like 11 p.m. or something for an hour or two, but I was so wiped out that I was like, no. Stream is over, party. I need my brain to have a break. Okay. Okay, so that time it worked. So now let's stop it. Make sure this is working. So I think what happened was this right here, this needs to move. This apply template is in like, it's completely overstepped its bounds here. Now I do have to ask after this is done, what happens if I do this? I just spam a bunch of buttons. Does that cause everything to blow up? Okay. That actually worked surprisingly well. I didn't wake up till 9 today. Reg 4:30. Oh yeah. Yeah, but that hour it catches you. Like that'll knock you off your feet if you're not careful. Okay, so we have this. Let's just verify that with this change everything is now working. So we'll say vanilla Minecraft. Okay. Build from payload. Go back. New game. Minecraft Forge. Submit. I don't see these working exactly because we're not customizing the ports yet. So like all of this stuff is basically running off of the same information. In the future, we can customize all that so you can run multiple of these under the same thing. Right now, you'd have to go in and like manually change all of these. Is this one working? I can't tell. Have I hit? I don't think I've hit build payload yet. There we go. Minecraft Forge. So this is running an entire Forge one. So this one's going to be a little bit bigger. Right? Oh, and then because I spammed the button so many times, it's still trying to start and stop these. Okay. So there's a good chance that I also have to do a check and make sure that I cancel any jobs when I click a new button. So that's something to keep an eye on. Let me come over to image container. Image manager. To do, make sure spamming buttons doesn't or stops other running jobs first. Something like that. I create a job, a job that stops other jobs from jobbing. I can create a job manager to manage that job manager. It'll be great. All right, so these are all fine now. So that takes care of one of our problems, I guess. Now it's back over to everybody's favorite problem, which is staring at this stupid screen for entirely self-inflicted reasons. Okay. Kamal app log. Postgres adapter, check version, new connection, try to check out new connection. Same errors we were getting before. We'll come over to here, SSHN, Docker container PS. Let's just make sure these are all up. It looks like they are now. Let's check the volumes directory. So we have a deployer DB now, which is good. CD into deployer DB / data. Nothing in here. Also weirdly good. Okay. Let's come into the deploy. We have these. We have deployer DB. We have DB right here. I think that's how we did it last time. Config dot consider all requests local equals false. Hmm. Da-da. That's a good point. Maybe I do that then. Consider all requests local equals true. Yeah. I think you are onto something there. Kamal, deploy. Please don't make me reset all of the accessories again. Okay, thank God. It's been so long since I've needed that setting for anything. I was like, what does that do? It sounded familiar, but I was sitting here like, what could that possibly mean? Okay. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And then go back to crying myself to sleep at night. Okay. Docker container. Oh, wait. I still don't have ZSH in here. Let me just go find it. We had the exec PSQL. Root does not exist. Okay. I almost want to say we just use Postgres user. I think maybe the Postgres docs. Oops, don't want to do that. Postgres docker compose create user. It's just got to build context. Postgres user, Postgres DB. And then those are all set in our deploy.yaml, right? Postgres user, Postgres DB, whatever. Do we not need a secret block here if it's an accessory? All right, back over to Sam Johnson videos. Where's the Postgres one? Postgres and Redis. Okay. That might be it. So he's got a accessories block. env. No, he's got clear and secret. It's just going to var lib Postgres data. Okay. Volumes, Redis data, that's fine. Okay, he's not declaring any of these down there. He's got that set. So maybe you don't. Interesting. Okay, what if we already changed this, right? Postgres user. Don't mind me. I'm just doing questionable things. That's fine. Those are fine. Deployer DB. That's good. Now we're going to come over here. We're going to do the same thing in here. We're going to do editor equals whatever. Nobody cares. Open this one up. Okay, and then we're going to change this user to Postgres and change this one to Postgres and close this. Encrypted and saved. Okay, let's come over to our production app real quick and go into sign in. Okay, fantastic. All env push. Okay. Kamal setup. I guess we just have to do the full setup. We can't just deploy it. Of course, it doesn't like that. Kamal. I'm going to lose my mind. Kamal accessory. Can I just remove DB? Yes. Okay. Oops, don't want to do that. I want to set up. Please, just let me have this. Okay, env file is Kamal env accessories deployer db env. Surely that has it. That's got to be in there. Okay. Now just to verify, is it set to true? If I do this, that was worth a shot. Okay, whatever. We just got to wait for that now. So, you guys come here often? I don't know why I decided to do these things to myself. Just passing to say thanks, man. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate the passing thanks. I wish we were doing something more interesting than just watching red text on a screen for an hour, but that's sort of where we're at right now with this project. I guess if you've ever wanted behind the scenes of what I do in the videos, this is it. Speaking of videos, I have a video that I have to make for the channel later tonight. I have a secret project. Well, I guess it's not a secret project if I openly talk about it, but that's okay. I do still need to test it in a VM though, just to make sure that it works well on other people's machines. That red text takes my app forever to build. Yeah, no, I have seen this go on for upwards of 25 minutes sometimes. I don't know what causes it to just sometimes get stuck, but it will just sit there. And I was running into an issue earlier where it would get all the way through this. It took like, what was it, like 1,000 seconds or something? So 10, 15 minutes, I think. It would get all the way through, and then it failed to push up to Docker Hub, and then I would rerun the command, and it would take another 20 minutes. I was like, why do you have to rebuild it? You just did this. Just take the thing you were about to push up and just push that again. What do I know, though? I tried it twice, and I was like, all right, whatever. And I went to Docker Hub, and I just paid for the $5 a month to try and get more bandwidth to see if that would fix it, and that ended up working. It was a little bit frustrating, though. Like, that would have been a nice thing to learn, like, you know, either prior or something. DHH tutorial takes like 30 seconds. Yeah, I have some thoughts about that too, but I think part of it might be he might not be pushing to Docker Hub. It might be like to his local repo or whatever. Or it could just be that it's something he's already built. And because he's just like redeploying it or something, it just works faster that time. Okay. This makes sense. So I should now be able to Kamal app exec create the DB, because you're clearly seeing that this doesn't exist. What? Okay, so let's do a migrate. Okay. All right, so that works. But let's be honest, that doesn't work. I had to manually do something. Thank you, Austin. You're a hero. Okay, so now we can at least move on to solving other problems, because there's clearly plenty of those. First thing, it creates the DB, but it doesn't migrate the DB. But the entry point should be doing that, right? Does DB prepare? Shouldn't the DB prepare be doing that for us? Okay, well, hold on. Let's be a bit more strategic about this. Let's CD into deployer DB data, which has nothing, of course. I don't know what I expected. We can make it have something, DB seed. That'll make it have one thing. Wait. Relation solid queue jobs does not exist. It creates the DB but not migrate. Gotcha. So I have to like that's weird, but okay. I mean, we can also do that, right? We can do DB create, DB migrate, DB seed or something. But what is, okay, how do I do this? I need to dir the DB folder. Can I do that? Okay. Migrate. Failed in queuing, active storage, analyze job to solid queue default. Error relation solid queue jobs does not exist. All right, production.rb, control F, solid. Nothing in here. Okay. Puma doesn't have solid queue running. Nothing in there. Nothing in there. Okay, so I can't seed this. Maybe? I mean, let's just check, right? We switch to light mode. We type admin at example.com. Password. So let's just log in. So I'm not really sure why active job is in queuing this stuff. Hold on. Bundle, wait, hold on. Gem file. Oh, this is why. Yeah, let's get rid of these. We don't need these. Also don't need that. And I'm really not using the Docker API either. Okay. Bundle. Okay. That's fine though. We can at least come over here. We can run a new game. Let's do a forge server. We'll say I don't know. Create mods. Submit. Redis isn't working. So the jobs that it's trying to fire aren't working. That's fine. Okay. Well, at least we can create something. That's far further than we were previously. Need to figure out a way to... Is there an active queue set up for table migration? There shouldn't be. It's all fine. But if I do deploy, this should change it, right? Well, hold on. How do I check this? If I do this, I can do a cat gem file, right? So this is a good test anyways. So this still has solid queue in it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a Kamal redeploy. I'm going to do a Kamal redeploy, and then I'm going to cat the gem file again, and then we'll see if these are removed from the gem file. It looks like because it's doing the precompile for the gem file again, it is updating all of this stuff, which should hopefully work. I also probably should have done this just to verify. but clearly I'm not in the stage of testing my application yet. So this is not going to work. Where is this? Application controller. So let's take care of that. Controllers. Application controller. Mission control. That can go away. Wait, hold on. The rest of this is fine. Let's come into routes. Routes are fine. Stop the server. bin/dev. Oh, no. I removed solid queue. I'm trying to like manually remove it. Because it doesn't have recurring jobs yet. So I was just like, bye-bye. Okay, so that's good. Right? Games, that's fine. Okay. Get rid of this too. That was just me trying to overwrite it. And then in the views, there should also be one, so we can delete that. There we go. Okay, so that cleans it up a bit too. I don't know why I did that. CD code Minecraft demo. Okay, Kamal, app release, Kamal, lock release, Kamal deploy. Like that. Okay, and then this should just skip through everything because it's already done. Donezo, and then we can get past this, and then we can go over to the next problem. But if I come in here and I show this and I destroy this, yeah, so this is going to be upset because this doesn't exist. But it deletes the game, which is all I really care about. Let's go over here to Docker images. This is also deleted. We're going to come into... No, that's fine. We'll wait for this to push up. I should really... Oh, I can choose an avatar. I'm going to do that. I will make the admin like a Discord mod. I'm just going to give him a like picture of a cat or something. No, wait. This is definitely more Discord moddy. And then we'll give it a password. Beautiful. Okay, it's still upset about that, but it won't be upset about that for long. Yeah, let's go. Look at that. Beautiful. Okay. What else do we have to do? That's really funny. I don't know if there's anyone who's a, I guess, former Rooster Teeth fan prior to them shutting down the other day, but Michael just went live with the notification saying I've decided to leave Rooster Teeth. He's always very on the nose with what he does. I love it. Okay, and then this is going. Come over here. I think when they announced it, the closure, like the only thing he tweeted out was Wednesdays. Am I right? I was like, that's really the only thing you can do in a situation like that. Just try to laugh, I guess. Let's come in here. No. Where's the file I'm looking for? We can come into JavaScript because I want to make sure this is cleaned up as well. It is, okay. So that's good too. We got rid of that. And then in here, we just have this stuff. This still needs to be removed. This one drives me nuts, the API controllers one, because it's not actually being used as an API, really. It's just like a regular controller where I've done some weird stuff with it. Okay. So let's see, because we have the jobs. Let's see if we can, while this is running, figure out a way, while we ignore the pending Redis problem, figure out a way to get this to break, and then we can deal with the Docker images. So usually when it breaks, it was like, come in here, destroy this game. Delete violates the foreign key constraints. So if I come into at game, let me also scroll in a bit so you can actually read this. So we have at game, and then we have at Let's just do docker image equals at game.docker image. Oh, and then we have this Docker image. This Docker image has a game ID of 6. The game itself isn't really referencing it, but I can do that. So if I do Docker image.game, okay, so that one can't be deleted, but the Docker image itself can be deleted. So maybe key 6 is still referenced from table Docker images, but if I come into the models game, maybe the migration's set up wrong. Rails has one relationship. No. Solid queue's been removed. Solid queue is over party. This is hopefully not related. Update or delete on table games. Violates foreign key constraint. Okay, so let's come into the DB. Migrate. Let's look at the migrations. We have the Docker image. Create Docker images. References game, foreign key true. Then we have the game itself, which doesn't really do anything. So let's do this. Trying to delete parent, I guess. Has one belongs to, yeah, that's what I have. So game.rb has one Docker image, dependent destroy, which means when I destroyed the game, the dependent gets destroyed, which is the Docker image, and then the Docker image belongs to a game. I swear that's what I have. But for some reason, it just doesn't get deleted. There's only an update here. So what am I doing wrong? This is a has many. No, that wouldn't be it, right? Okay, wait, but at game doesn't work, right? At game.destroy. Old record. That's why I don't know. It seems like this just happens at some point. So there's got to be something that's not getting deleted when it should be getting deleted. And I think that's causing this to be a problem. Okay, so this gets created afterwards. What if it could? Okay, hold on. Game controller, and then in the create action, I saw some weird stuff. I'm just going to do this. We're going to do this. We're going to say, okay, we need to set the name in the game. We're just going to say at or Docker image equals Docker image dot new with the name and the game, I guess. We could just Docker image.save. I don't know. Something like this. And I'm going to see if this causes it to stop being so upset all the time. Docker image.destroy all. And then game.destroy all. Refresh. Over to games. We'll create a new game. Test. Submit. Back. Show. Destroy. That one's not a problem. This one Docker images. We just have this one. Destroy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Vanilla. Submit. Build from payload. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is now running. I'm going to stop the server, and then I'm going to try destroying it. Maybe that causes it to... Maybe it's being referenced somewhere if I do this. Yeah, okay. Something in there is then causing this to not work anymore. So I've got to be doing something wrong when I fire off the image manager. Is this doing something? Game.find prepares the environment, starts the container, and it does that. The weird thing is if I do at game.dockerimage.destroy, it is like this is not, that's not doing it. Okay. Okay. I mean, you could just do like a before destroy and then just destroy the child, right? But I just don't want to do that. Let me come over here to Docker images. It's still here. Destroy this. Docker images. That's so weird. What changed? Unless it like, does it exist as long as a job is running? I don't know. But this should be done now. It's not. Okay, so this is what I meant though. Like this has been running for who knows how long at this point. And it's still only on step 33 of like 40, I think. Does it just go on vacation if we're not looking? Is this like Schrodinger's build tool or something? Don't need that game. Okay. Maybe I come into the Docker image real quick and I just make sure that there's really nothing here that could be causing that. So I don't think it's this one. New game. Maybe another game exists with another Docker image ID. Vanilla. Submit. Games. Docker image. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. It's not running, right? So I'm going to go ahead and click start. No such file or directory. Okay, so build from payload. Build it. Deploy it. Okay. Server is now running. Stop server. Executing command. We'll wait for this to finish. Should come back with some kind of like, I did the thing, which it did. Destroy this game. Let's look at the console. Delete from active storage attachments. Delete from Docker images. Delete from games where game ID equals 1. Okay, foreign key constraint on table Docker images is still referenced from table Docker images. Well, you know what time it is. The worst part is this is a problem I've definitely had like 5 years ago that I remember solving. I don't remember what I did, but it's fine. I can just grab this and then I can grab the Docker image. Let's come into the game controller, which does the destroy, right? Game.destroy. That's not it. See, this is what I mean, though. That ran for how long? 802 seconds. And then it goes, whoops, couldn't connect to the server. Gosh. Okay. Status unhealthy. Why, though? Okay, I guess we can just run that in the background while this happens. It should just fly through here because there's really nothing it needs to redo this time. Like you've already done it all. It's all good. You're good. Manually, as a last resort, if you're unable to modify the foreign key constraints, I mean, it's not that I'm unable to modify them. I just don't understand what. I want to check your database schema or migration files for any foreign key constraints on the Docker image that's table that specify different behavior than. How is that not? Wait. Where are you control F'ing? Docker. Oh, you're on. There we go. It's like, how are you not finding Docker images in the schema? Like, I definitely know they exist. You can bamboozle me a lot, but that's not it. That's not going to do it. Da, 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 da. Docker image has many games. Does it? It shouldn't. It should belong to one, and the game should has one Docker image. Image ID. Oh, right, for the Docker images themselves. And then game ID. Games then have modify the key to include on delete cascade. Okay. Maybe we can do that. You create more than one game with the same Docker image. You should not be able to. Originally you could, I think, but I changed it. So I'm assuming that's part of where the problem came from. Waiting for this to finish before I do this. Oh yeah, this is just not, it's not finishing. It's about to fail again. Okay. Come over here. Oh, cd/root, I guess. There we go. /doc. There we go. Okay, deploy web Docker container stop. And let's just stop all of these. Okay, Docker. Actually, you know what? We can just do this. We can just do rm. Docker container prune. Yes. Docker volume prune. Yes. Docker image prune. Yes. Okay, well, that one never does anything, right? Let's come over here. Let's do this one. Rails G migration, and we want to do add cascade delete to Docker images. Come over here to add cascade delete to Docker images. And then we'll do an up. Oops, up like this. Yep, that, and then a def down of that. bin/dev. Let me just, oh wait, I already have this running, right? Yep. Stop the server, restart it, come over here and refresh. Now we can try to delete this again. Okay, so that one worked. Games, new game. Vanilla MC. Submit. Start server. I guess you can't because it doesn't exist yet. Build thingy. It's now running, right? Stop server. Execute stop. Please now stop. Whenever you're ready. Okay. Destroy game. There we go. Okay, so that was it. I guess I had to clean it up that way. I don't like that I did it that way, but it's whatever. It still doesn't solve the Kamal not deploying problem, though. Bundle install. Kamal redeploy. Can I just redeploy it? Is that faster? Sit here and just stare at this for a bit. Okay. Slowly losing my mind. And then I want to come over here. So we have these things now. Honestly, the fact that we can even look at these images, I'm like, it's not really necessary. But I guess in the future, it might make sense to have these like run around in the background. And then, you know, if we have an image, it can tell you which containers are using it or something. I don't know. But we do have to come in here and set up the schedule again. So let's come in here to Sidekick. We'll do this. And then that'll start our scheduled stuff again, right? So that'll, if we bin/dev again, bin/dev, we now get the spam here where we come over to the game and then we can see if this thing's running. So vanilla Minecraft, spin up a vanilla container, refresh the page. Says it's stopped. It makes sense. Build from payload. This now starts. Hopefully turbo is working again, maybe. Potentially. It's not. Okay, so how did turbo break? What could I possibly have done to break that? If I refresh, this is going to change to running. But it's not doing it without refreshing. Game status. Let's check this. Okay, wait, hold on. Before I even do this and go down this rabbit hole, let's just Control D out of here. Code Minecraft demo. We can do a Rails C. Let's do a game let's do a game equals game.last. Game.update. Status stopped. That causes it to broadcast over here. But of course, we don't see a broadcast over here, right? Nothing. Nothing. Okay, refresh. It keeps getting reset to that. Okay. Game.last.update status to stopped. Okay. It does cause it to change. It doesn't cause it to fire the update through our job. So yeah, turbo is now once again not working. You'll love to see it. Should do one of those. Game.rb. So in the game, broadcast update fires. Broadcast an update to the game stream, status game, and then does this. After update commit, broadcast update does all this. That's all fine. Status has the turbo frame tag of DOM ID game status. If I click on this, see it has turbo frame tag right here, ID equal to status underscore game underscore 14. We're doing the target to status underscore game underscore ID. So it's definitely going to this target. Broadcasting the game stream, which is going to be on the game show page, I guess. Turbo stream from games. Oh, game stream. Okay. All right. That was it. Okay. So that's at least working as well. We're making some semblance of progress here. 1 step forward, 18 steps back. Yeah, okay. Now let me come over to the... well, actually, let me do this. Let me come into the Rails C and let me just make sure this one's also working. It is. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. So now we can at least monitor if the containers are up and running. The other thing you could probably do is you could parse through all of these and just keep like a list of which ones are available and just store it in like the Docker images right here. Downside of that is you'd have to like check for duplicates, I guess. And you have to make sure you're associating them properly. But I guess if you're going by name for all of these, you could probably search by name and then just see if the name exists. So you do like a find or create by, and that would handle this. Which sounds kind of cool. So I'm kind of tempted to do it. But first I want to at least get this pushed up and see what happens. At least we got a Cloudflare message that tells us that it's not a Cloudflare problem. It's a person running the website problem. Okay, and then we can go over here. What? Dude, this is funny. The Postman is like such a bloated thing these days. Can't believe they're having like a whole conference for it. I'm always amazed because I'm just out there like, oh yeah, I really wish I just had a thing to like ping an API real quick. And then they're like, okay, but what if it could also do your taxes? And I'm like, I guess that's nice, but I just want something that can ping an API, I guess. Okay, so that's just not working. Okay, deploy.yaml. Is there something in here that stands out to me as being the problem? Not really. That's all fine. There be more than one game with the same Docker image ID? Technically, yes, but you shouldn't be able to do it. What I should be doing is I should say, like, I should ensure uniqueness of the name, I think. With the reason being, you kind of want to make sure that if you only use the same name each time, then you don't run into that issue, I think. I didn't mean to do that. So we can do that real quick. We can validate name, uniqueness true, and then that kind of solves that problem. There'd be more than one game created with the same Docker image ID as the Docker images is a settings type record. I see what you're saying. I might have to rethink this. Because if I go through all that work, as a user, if I go through all that work of creating a custom Minecraft Forge server, for example, with my configurations, I would definitely like to be able to just save that. So Docker image has many games. Yeah, so in this case, because they're all templates, it's only one game. But I think you're correct that in the future, when you can do the customization, it makes more sense to let Docker images have many games, because then you'll be reusing them as opposed to just using the templates each time. So what do I even do? Kamal remove? Kamal remove. Remove Trafic app accessory and registry sessions from servers. So all accessories, push the env and deploy app to servers. I don't understand what's causing this to. Okay, so that's just a bunch of noise there. I don't understand what's causing this to fail at like the last step, because we've changed nothing in terms of like what would. Do you just have one list right now? I removed a lot of the customization, and right now it's just lib asset docker templates, and it's just some templates that I create. You use this as a base point, and then later on you would do the customization. So right now this is all it is. But in the future, when you can then, like, let's say in the Forge Compose for Minecraft, you can come in here and you can say, okay, I want to have, I don't know, like a specific port that I run my remote connections on. Then this would no longer be a template. You would then have to either take the Docker Compose file that you create at the end and put it back into the templates, but then you're putting stuff into lib assets, which is kind of weird. Or more likely, you got to take the customized Compose file and put it somewhere else. And once you can put it somewhere else, then to me it makes sense to say a Docker image has many games. Because at that point, you then have a custom Docker image that the user's creating that they would want to reuse. And then you would go through here and you would say, instead of just doing a template, you might have like a choose existing Docker image or something to deploy again. Which means this needs to be refactored again. But that's fine, because for now, I just want to work with the templates, make sure this is working, and then I got to I need to get this to a point where I can deploy a custom payload, because these are all based on like a single Compose file that just magically works. But in reality, when you look at these, like the Valheim one is probably one of the better examples. There is a Docker Compose file you can run, but if you want to customize your deployment, look at all this extra stuff you need. And this is where like you have to upload the zip like we were doing the other day when we had Valheim running. So I need to find a way to like allow this to also function for the users. And then I'll go from there. Do you have a Docker images table? Yeah, because originally I was doing it the way you're suggesting with like Docker images have many games, and then you could then check like which games are running a specific image or something. But then I had to switch it, and then I ended up going with the upload an entire zip file of all of this stuff to get it to work. But this ran into limitations because I didn't have the ability to customize or I didn't have the ability to create a compose file, first of all, and then I didn't have the ability to customize the compose file, which now I have. But I had to like simplify the problem so that I could actually approach it. Because it was, if I tried to do all of this at once, it just, nothing would have gotten done. So now I have like a very, very simple MVP right here that I'm going to get into a working state. And then I'm going to do something crazy, and I'm going to make sure this is fully tested because this is driving me nuts. So we're going to slowly make progress, but yeah, I'm going to have to get it into a state where I can at least trust that the underlying logic, like the YAML editing, the jobs and all that other stuff are like robust enough to where if I do a refactor, things will just work. But here, because I'm in this weird place of flux where I have to like switch the databases and switch the job runner, because I didn't even think I was going to be doing half the stuff I'm doing. Just like, whatever, we'll make a mess and we'll clean it up later. And I'm like slowly cleaning it up, which is why, you know, the jobs look less chaotic now than they did 2 days ago. Unfortunately, that still doesn't solve the fact that Kamal is once again not working, to the surprise of literally nobody. At a high level, Docker image template has many games. Yeah, so do I have diagrams installed? Oops, diagrams installed. No, of course not. Okay, I don't really care. Just put it anywhere. Yep, create new diagram. Create. Okay. This is cool. It's like dark mode now. I mean, it doesn't look great, but that's fine. Let's do this. And then text. Okay. So at a high level, we have a Docker image, right? Or sorry, we have the Docker compose file, right? This runs a game. So we also have a game. I'm trying to remember how to use this. I haven't used diagrams.net in a while. I keep wanting to call it dry-o, so that should tell you how long it's been since I've used this. But this runs a game, right? Or it runs a game right now. What I want to get to is a compose that might run like multiple games, like you were saying. But there's a limitation here right now, which is both of these games run off of the same port. So you could only have one of these. And when we try to spin them up, it also doesn't work because it just can't run both of them, right? So in order for this to work, I have to find out how to get the like port customization and all of the other changes working. There's another aspect of this, which is sometimes your game isn't just a compose file that runs a game. Sometimes you have like a compose file, but the compose file is actually a part of like a bigger mess. We'll do this and we'll send this to the back like that. Sometimes you have something like this, and then at the top here we have some kind of payload like that. This payload might have the compose file, but it'll also have something like, let me do this. Oops. Okay, hold on. Grab, move, send to back, like this. And can I group these? I can. Okay, cool. How to load a .schematic file in browser. .schematic file. Is that like a Minecraft schematic? I guess what's the context for the schematic? .schematic file browser. Schematics IO. Oh, don't want to go there. I want to say you could probably do something like, probably load it up somehow. If you could parse the data, you could do it in like 3JS. assuming this is what you're talking about. But yeah, so we have like the payload, right? Which is this Valheim thing right here. So this is kind of our payload. This will have potentially Docker Compose file in it, but then it'll also have like a Docker file. And then that needs to run I don't know, like an entry point or something, .sh. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I mean, I hope it was helpful, but like the only thing I can really think of is if you parse through it, you can loop through it, and then you can use Three.js to render it in browser. Just make sure hardware acceleration is enabled. Otherwise, you'll run into issues like I do when you try to look at Three.js applications where they're like super laggy. But if you enable hardware acceleration in your browser, they won't be laggy. You'll just run into other weird behaviors. So in this case, what we have to do is we need to make sure that this exists. This is a Docker file. This also needs to be a template. So then we also have like this weird subsection of things that we consider like, I don't know, game templates, right? It's not even like a Docker template at that point. It's a game template of some kind. The game template can have, in some cases, a Docker Compose file. That can just be like the extent of the template is just one Docker Compose file. Right? And that's like our Minecraft example. So right now, if we want to, I hate it here. Please just, okay, never mind. Whatever, you're going to deal with the crooked line. Right now, if we want to, this is basically like our MVP right here. But ideally, we want to get to a point where we can have a game template that has a Docker Compose file, but also has this entire payload associated with it. So it goes to here. It can somehow use this entire payload without spending a bunch of memory on the system or whatever. And then it can deploy all of these things. And then we have like the game template that you can just select from the dropdown. You have the bigger thing that we need to construct a better template, which we could reasonably do on our own and like host some kind of image, I guess, on the main server. But if you're going to like allow uploading at some point, I think you just put it on the client server, because I don't think these are necessarily that big. Let me just clone this, because I feel like this is a pretty decent sized example. CD payloads. Let me rm-rf the Valheim server. And then let me git clone this and just see how big this is. Okay, so that doesn't seem terribly large. How much disk space do you get with this? And the other thing you could do is you could just allow them to re-download this from you or something. So like in this case, you get like 100 gigs maybe. So then like if you need to re-download one of the templates, maybe you select a template and it pings off to my server or something instead. I don't know. That would then allow you to completely customize this. So like in the case of the Valheim one, it runs like this extra panel or whatever, like is it like the admin panel or something? Fake visored, this one right here. It runs a supervisored for you. You could run this in your container. You just have to modify all these files, which means you do have to give them access to a lot of the stuff. But that's like the whole point, is they have complete control over their server. You're just trying to make it as accessible as possible. So pretty much like all of this stuff kind of falls into like, I guess these two are fine. Every time. These two are fine, but once you get into like the customizing of this is where it falls into like advanced feature territory. And I'm not really worried about that right now. So for right now, it's just like you have the templates, and then down the line, you would then use the templates to spin something off. The downside of this is pretty much what you're pointing out right now, which is if I spin up 5 different Minecraft servers. Okay, let me copy this, paste it, drag it down here. Let's say I spin up 5 different Minecraft servers. I end up in a situation like this. Hold on. I'm pretty sure these are already grouped. Group. Please let me drag. Okay. So if I spin up 5 of these and I drag them over, this is technically only doing one of these, but the problem is it's creating drag. There we go. It's creating a Docker image model for each of these. This application. Okay. It's creating a Docker image model for each of these, or Docker image record, which is what you're seeing on like the client. But what this template really is, it's just a static Docker compose file that you copy from. So you probably shouldn't be making 3 of these, is what I've realized. And like I realized right away, but it's more so that like, until I add the customization, I'm really not using this. This is kind of just there for the sake of being there. Like this doesn't really have a purpose right now. Even right now, I could remove the Docker image model and nothing in my logic would change. I would have to change where I'm constructing like the file names, but it's just like a remnant at this point. Like an echo of what it was supposed to be when I started off, because like the plan just changed so much. So this definitely needs to be refactored. In the future, what I think will happen is basically what you're saying is you create this template, you create this Docker compose file, that all like eventually feeds into some kind of, we're not going to talk about it. That eventually feeds into some kind of Docker image. And then when you go to create like a new game, you're actually selecting templates based on the Docker image they belong to, as opposed to just copying files. But I needed it like this right now so that I could at least come in here as I'm like trying to deploy these things. Not that one. As I'm trying to deploy these things, I need to be able to come into the actual like VS Code and just say, I don't know, Minecraft Docker file or something. Or I guess lib, where is it? Lib assets Docker files. Come in here and just say, I need to modify the template. And this was something when I was storing it in the database, this was a pain. And that's where Marco said that I should probably just use static templates for now, so that there's like a single source of truth that I can then mess with. And then from here, what I can do in the future is I can make, like when I seed the database or something, I can go through and I can create the Docker image based on these templates once everything is finalized. Then I'm selecting from those Docker images, not from this seeded data. And then the templates can be, they can have many games at that point. Right now, this is not the same thing as these Docker images, which it's not great, but I'm like hacking it together as I'm going along. So yeah. But yeah, at some point, this is going to change to Docker image has many games. But right now, it's more like Docker image is taking up hard drive space. I don't know what else to call it. CD demo. Kamal. I don't even know. Like this, I feel as though we've tried a lot of things here, and this Kamal step is now just completely bricked. Yeah, so the whole server's down. So at this point, I could run the setup again, but we're going to run into the same problem. So the only thing I can really think of is to come in here and just prune everything, which is what I usually do when I get stuck like this, because it's like the only way to get Kamal to play nice. So I'm going to do that real quick, and then we'll try this. We'll prune all the containers. Once those are gone, we can then prune all the images. What's the problem? Well, right now, Kamal gets to the last step in the process, and then it just goes, oopsie, I can't deploy. Like, let me see if I can find it up here, maybe. Yeah, it gets to the end, and then it just says container not healthy. So it's failed to connect after, couldn't start the container. It's just a bunch of not very helpful stack trace. It's in use. There's a container running? What? Builds? Volumes. Oh, that's for Portainer. Okay. Images. We can keep that one. Okay. All right. Kamal, env push. Get that over there. Kamal, setup. Push this whole thing over. So go through the entire process again. How? How is there? Okay. All right, let's SSH in. Docker container ls. Okay. Docker container stop traffic and deployer DB. Docker container RM. Let's get rid of these. Docker container prune. Just make sure everything is definitely gone. Then we can do a Docker image ls. Image. We can actually probably leave those. We want to do a Docker volume prune. Docker volume ls. Okay. Docker volume RM, and then we're going to do this. Okay, like that. Volume ls, those are all gone as well. I think that's everything. I'm going to control D so that nothing's in there to interfere with this thing. And we're going to try another Kamal setup, and then we'll see if this works. What a pain. Okay, so that's going. And then we can come over here. But yeah, this right here is going to take me some thinking to figure out how I actually want this to work, because I keep going back and forth on letting users like fully customize everything or how I want this to work. Because I did like being able to upload a Docker file and change it. But in this current format, I think you need like some kind of setting you can change. Maybe on the homepage or something, or somewhere. Maybe like with the dark mode, light mode toggle, there's just a button that goes from like, I don't know, easy to advanced mode. And then in advanced mode, you could copy a template, modify the Docker file or the compose file or whatever, because you don't just want to modify one, you might want to modify everything. And then like manage the files or something. Either do that or let them manage it locally and then upload the custom thing as like a payload. But then when you upload the custom payload, you need to figure out some way to give them a template to run off of so that they can deploy it without having to think too much. Because a lot of this stuff is because it's set up a very specific way, it probably wouldn't work with their setup. So you'd have to do something like, oh, you need to name, I don't know. Like, for example, you need to name your service game to make this work so that it can properly step into the service block or something. Or you got to go through each of the services and then for each of the services, start this up or something to that effect. And however I set up the overall runner, that's also going to have to make sure that it's at the very least not breaking up the custom uploads. Because those are the ones that actually scare me. Which is why I'm trying to keep everything like super clean when I do this. And you're going to see the code constantly change because I need to make sure that like the core logic is very robust in this. And I think that's where like the image manager down here is going to have to do a lot of, it's going to need to be tweaked because pretty much all of this isn't going to work for every game. Like I've already seen it. I've looked at a few of them, and I mean the one that scares me the most, hilariously, is still Terraria. Because running the T-Shock thing, I was like, this This is a weird setup. Where's the thing? Yeah, allows for external data and then whatever these volumes are. So, but then also from like the template perspective, one of the issues, and I'm sure other like platforms have the same problem. Let me go over to games. You really need to make sure you're keeping these up to date for like the templates. If you're not letting the users like upload custom versions, one of the things I run into a lot when I host my own games is like if I'm running a Forge server, like new version of Minecraft drops, and then I'm stuck on some slightly outdated version because it takes their service like 3 days to update stuff. And then I got people messaging me going, hey, can we go to the cool new version of Minecraft? And I'm like, I can't until the service updates. And then depending on that, it's also a pain because you got to like upload specific mods to make it work. So then once we get to that point, then you also want to make sure that like your mod list here for your mods isn't just a zip file. It's a it's like you upload the zip file and then it functions almost as a file manager or a file tree with manager where you can remove an individual file and upload an individual file. So all of that's going to have to change as well, which is also kind of annoying, but this is the nature of the project, I guess. So if I come over here right now and I come into the file explorer, I have like the individual zip files that we're using to set this up. So we come into mods and then we can do this. So I can say like 4pack mods. All my text is broken right now. Fantastic. Copy this over, do that, and then say like this has create ? Click update, 4pack of mods. So now instead of just hitting deploy for this 4pack of mods, which again needs a template folder or something or some way to like get a template from somewhere, you now need to have the ability to potentially unzip this file here in the mods display and then go, I don't actually like the smooth boot, or I don't like the waystones or something. So then you can modify it up here. The users could realistically modify it on their system, but does it really make sense to make them have to upload 200 megs worth of mods each time just so they can like remove one and rezip it up, as opposed to just clicking delete on here, or even just like deactivate or something? So that's where this also needs to change. I don't know. It's this whole project is just a perpetual state of I'm going to do just enough to get an MVP working. And then once the MVP is working, I'm going to do just enough to get the next feature working. It's very, very minimal approach, which is closer to how I work professionally than how I work for like the YouTube stuff, I guess. Because YouTube, I usually just go, here's a thing that we got to work for. Like, here's the overall thing. And I just hand wave a bunch of the details. Here, it's like, if the detail needs to be hand waved, it's deleted. Detail doesn't exist. It's like, oh yeah, the games, the zip files, that's good enough for now. Individually managing the files, I would have to hand wave it right now. And instead, I'm just going to say, nope, that's gone. The templates, the template for the Docker files, that's something where I'm like, I can give us a drop down where you can click new and it gives you a drop down, and that's it. That's the whole thing. And then from there, I have to go through and like make sure that this is robust enough. And honestly, like all of this stuff is going to have to take the back burner anyways, because like the number one thing is making sure that you don't fill up your server with Docker containers that you aren't tracking in here, because like there's a disconnect between what's running on the server and what happens here, which is going to happen at some point when you go to like delete a game. It's not going to have finished stopping the server or something, and then it's still going to be running. And in that case, you got to have like a panel that says like manage, instead of manage jobs, you'd have like manage running containers, manage images, running images or something, or existing images. So that you can like make sure the bare minimum is running if you need it to. Because again, games are very performance, like system heavy. So if you have all this stuff running in the background that can slow it to a crawl, that can make like for bad user experience. When it does, it shouldn't, right? Like it should just work. TM. So a lot of this stuff is like the artificial, I don't know, it doesn't matter. It's just kind of like the paint on the side. As soon as you can deploy specific images, you just make sure these are up to date. And then you can build these yourself even, and then just use yourself as like a repository and have them pull from it. And you're good. So like a bigger concern for me is just making sure that the system is healthy, which will also mean like running some kind of, or having some kind of button, now that I'm thinking about it, some kind of button to like update the underlying server, make sure the server's up to date, all the security patches are installed, and all that other stuff. Ultimately, what I would like is some kind of Docker container or Docker manager, a FTP file manager, and a like terminal would be ideal. Just a way for them to pop all of that stuff up through the Rails app. But that is a ways away. And the last time I tried to set that up with like a cPanel alternative, I wanted to cry in a corner because nothing was working anymore. And I'm not really seeing a good cPanel open source alternative that people could use. So that's a bit unfortunate too. So I'm probably gonna have to break them up into like smaller features and keep the scope very limited if I want this to work. It's just gonna be like, okay, we have a terminal, and the terminal lets you run some commands through like a web socket or something. Is that a thing? Web terminal WebSocket on Linux server. I have to imagine this is a thing, right? I mean, I could probably set something like this up. Or you just create a fake terminal and you just execute everything through like Rails commands. Or like Ruby commands. So you come in here, like let's do Rails C. So you have a terminal here. Like let's go over to the console, right? You come over here and you go like sudo apt update, right? You run apt update, for example. And that goes to a controller and that just does sudo apt update. I guess in this case, no sudo, so just apt update, right? Something like that. Obviously the permission's denied here, so I have to find some clever workaround, but like ultimately that's pretty much what you would have to do in this case. Alternatively, you could have like something running in the actual server that's listening for something from the web. And then when you type in here, it runs in here, and then this gets returned to here, and then this gets displayed. So like if you LL, like let's say you execute LL, it prints the entire directory here and then shoots it back through the socket to like the web app. And then whoever's running this can like see all of the results, which means it'll work just like a normal terminal. But I imagine there's probably a lot there that I'm hand waving, unfortunately. Let's see, like I don't know, Linux terminal in browser, xterm. Web-based terminal using xterm to SSH into a system on a local network. Xterm.js. What is this? It's the front-end component that powers many terminals, including VS Code, Hyper, and Thea. Okay. What does this do? You got a demo or something? Recommended ways to get a package manager. Okay. You have like a getting started. You know what? Let's see. Let's search a bit more before I do that. How are these like websites always less useful to me than just the GitHub repo? Electerm. Electrum is a terminal SSH SFTP client based on Electron node. Interesting. Okay, so how do you use this? Because telling me to install it in the front end really isn't helping me. I assume I have to also do this. Import the add-on, instantiate it like this. All that's needed to get web links working. I mean, if we get the app up and running, we can try this again. I still need to look into this. I don't know if anyone knows how to do this. I still need to do a Steam OAuth login because I had this requested earlier this week, I think. Authenticate to users. It will no longer be supported. Okay. Is there a way to do like a Steam login still? Is that still a thing? I mean, it's got to be, right? Like I've definitely seen a login through Steam somewhere. Okay, let me come over here. Let me run this in the background and see what it has to say. See, how can I log into Steam through a API request? Is this a thing? Well, let's see. Let's see what it has to say. Devise OmniAuth Steam Gem. OmniAuth Steam Gem. Is that a thing? I guess so. Very outdated. Okay, that's not a good sign. Issues. Okay. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Let's not comment on something that's 9 years out of date. Okay. So yeah, we're not using a Steam gem for this, Mr. ChatGPT, if that is your real name. Okay. How can I do this without the Steam gem? It's not up to date. That's an understatement. Okay, so it does this, configures it, sets the Steam key. User model. Sets up the provider, sets up the callbacks. Does the OmniAuth, and then adds a login button, I guess. Okay. Just need to handle OpenID authentication. Ruby has several OpenID libraries, such as Ruby OpenID. Okay. Ruby OpenID. Oh boy, I wonder what we're going to see here. Oh my God, it's actually been updated recently. It's been archived. Fantastic. Okay. This is what I mean though. Like these tools are fine. Like the AI and everyone's like, oh man, ChatGPT is so good. It's going to replace all of us. But like when it comes to something that you actually have to do as like a bit more of a real world integration, the thing is just, it's just a time waste. Like at this point, you could just go, how do I do this in JavaScript and translate it from JavaScript, and you'd probably be closer than asking it. JavaScript, login, Steam, API, OAuth. I guess I could even check OAuth too. You can see a working implementation of OAuth here. Updated last year. I don't have time to maintain this library. Well, I mean, I can at least look at this, right? look at Passport Steam. Okay. Repository. 9 months ago. That's a good sign, right? Something like this. Okay. Passport used, Steam strategy, return URL of realm, which is probably where it originates from, API key. And then you just find the user by that. So you'd have to do something similar on the Rails end, but not through JavaScript, obviously. So you do it from Ruby instead. But in this case, Passport's going to be doing a lot of the heavy lifting. So then you got to come in and figure out what Passport's actually doing. And then go from there. But it's fine. I see something, so we can at least take a look at it. It's weird that it says successful, even though it's telling me the command to check if it's healthy was successful, but it's not telling me that the container itself is successful because the container is unhealthy. All right, so yeah, this is still not working. Not connect to server. So if I come over here and I SSH in, Docker container PS, it's not starting the actual server. That's so strange. So let's come over to the deploy, I guess. Can I check the logs? Is that a thing I can do? Kamal app logs. Or is this not going to work because it's not running? Okay. Can I check the volume maybe? What is it? var? Lib Docker volume storage? Here? No. Also CD into here, I guess. Nope. Okay, so I guess we come into the deploy file, deploy.yaml. Sidekick still commented out. We still have this stuff in here. And this seems fine. So I don't know what changed here between these that would cause this to break. I'm not seeing anything there, so I'm assuming it's probably an issue with... Oh, that also wouldn't make sense. I don't think it would be Redis not working. And I really don't want to go through the whole Catabo reset thing again, but I don't know how else to like pull this out enough for this to work. Kamal app. Let me see. All app stale containers. Containers. There we go. Okay. Remove containers and images from server. Check the logs. Kamal app images. Created 18 minutes ago. Okay, so can I do like a Kamal app boot? A Kamal app boot. No such image. But didn't you just tell me that you had that? What? Okay. Deploy lock found. Lock release. Start container with the latest version. Nothing written. Error response from Daemon. No such image. Deanin deployer latest. Docker image ls. All right. I see how it is. Docker tag. I just Docker image ls. I mean, this is just Docker image prune. Okay, so the images don't exist. Let's do this. Just do that. Okay, so instead of doing this, let's do Deanin / deployer : latest. Kamal lock release, I swear. Okay, let's try this, and then we'll try this, and we'll see. Okay, so that works. You just rename it, and then you tell it, yeah, no, this is totally something that you got up and running or something, I don't know. Docker container PS. Okay, so the web thinks it's running, right? Like this is starting. But if we come over here, it's going to fail out again. Docker logs. This? Here we go. Okay, so we got an error. Active job, queued adapters, solid queue adapter. Where is this coming from? Control Shift F, solid queue. That's commented out. That's not commented out. Oh, I see, I see. We found it. We did it, gamers. Okay. That should hopefully solve that. I am going to grab this real quick and come into the dev.rb just to make sure that changing this lets us still start our server locally. Okay, so that seems fine. So we push that up, and that should get this to stop complaining. And we can go from there. We are going to run into other issues, though. It's going to be like, oh, Redis doesn't work, and then it's going to be like, oh, Sidekick's not running. But we need to at least get this to a point where this is up and running so that we have like a spot to take a breather at. And then from there, we can try to break it in other ways to make this work. Oh, I just got an email. Apparently the Ruby for Good registration's open. So if anyone wants to go be a good noodle, I will plug Ruby for Good. Ruby for Good registration. Da, 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 da. If you feel like doing some good and doing some Ruby, good way to do it. Event registration. So yeah, it's running from May 30th to June 2nd. See if they have like the prices listed so I can at least give you some information here. Okay, so it's $350. There's your numbers. If you want to sign up for Ruby for Good, here's your link for that in particular. Plus, it gives you a chance. You know, a lot of your commits get authored onto, or you push up to those open source repos for those whatever the charitable work is. So it helps build out your, I don't know, your contributions. You get to help people and you get to make yourself look good when you apply to jobs because you can point to it and be like, see, look what I did. Unless the code you wrote is terrible, then maybe don't include it. But I guess that should be intuitively obvious to the most casual observer. And yet here we are. All right, hopefully this works. And then we can come over here and for the final time, refresh this page and hopefully see this whatever I want to call this application up and running. Just give me the home screen, man. Please. Oh, it got through it. It didn't go boom at the first part. Yeah, we did it. We got something. We got a mods page. We got a games page. Look at all this stuff we got. We got like an all caps Minecraft. Now, of course, we don't have Redis, so we can't do that yet, but we can at least, we got it built. That's pretty cool. That's something, right? Okay, so git, we're on status checker branch, right? Okay, I'm not even going to bother. We're going to do, mistakes were made. We're going to do that, and then I'm just going to do a comparison through a PR. You know, there we go. I'm going to come over here. I'm going to pull a request. I'm not the only one. Kamal takes forever to deploy. It's ridiculous. Like, it works until it doesn't, and when it doesn't, dear Lord, there's nothing that will save you from that insanity. Where is my status checker branch? Oh, I just committed. It's like, where'd the branch go? Okay, we'll do this, then we can come over to the PR. And we can look at this, and we can cry at all the changes. And I'm going to have to go through here and make sure all of this is actually proper. False advertising. Yeah, it just works after you get it working. Okay, so this is a very good example of what you don't want a pull request to look like. In a professional capacity, you should never, ever, ever do this. This is... This is like if the PR shows up and I have to review it and you tag me on it and I see 93 next to the files touched, it better have been a PR about linting. That's all I can really say. Like you better have just lightly caressed the code base by running one command where nothing could have broken, and then you're going to need some tests attached. So this is one of those do as I say, not as I do moments. Don't learn from me by doing git add dot after you change 93 files. That is definitely not a good practice. That's my current GitHub changes right now. Yeah, I know, but like we don't want to tell people that that's how we work sometimes. Want to hide it so that like the 70 different files change. Yeah, I told this story like I think it was last week maybe. My branch at work would occasionally become like a secondary main branch because someone would merge their changes into my branch, and then someone else would merge their changes into my branch. And then eventually it got to the point where I'd have like 90 files changed, and then I would have to go through and write the tests for those files because like none of it was tested. It was just pushed into my branch. I'd go to like merge my branch or do a PR. And then like there was all these changes. Nothing would work, of course, because like 70 files changed. But then like we relied on my work getting put in there. So then I would have to like go through and make sure everything was working. And as you can imagine, when you're still at the time working in a code base that isn't tested, because you have to remember this was a project that was being saved, which does usually mean if it's being saved, it means that it needed saving, which means it's not in a good state. This was back when I worked at Ricardo Defense. So they would sometimes they'd win like contracts for certain projects. You'd get it from some company that just lost the ability to continue maintaining it. And then you just get handed like a legacy application and you'd go make it work somehow. So you get like a 25, 30-year-old Java application that has like 4 tests, like total 4 unit tests. And there was one where like when it was acquired, the 4 tests were so heavily coupled to the code that you had to delete the test folder to get the code to run. And somehow we managed to polish that in like the span of 6 months into something absolutely gorgeous. But going from that initial start where everyone goes, yeah, you got to delete the tests to make the code run was wild to me because I started as like that was like my first real job at the time as like a software developer. To just hear it's so tightly coupled that the tests cause it to crash. And then naturally the first words out of my mouth were like, how did it get this bad? Or like, how did they manage to run the application like this? And of course, I just get roasted. Everyone's like, well, why do you think we have it now? It's like, oh, okay. Right. Because the spaghetti code wasn't actually maintainable, and that's why we have to make it maintainable. My Rails app has 0 tests, 9-year-old app. Hey, if it works for you, though, it works for you. My only advice would be don't let it get to the point where you have tests that somehow cause the entire application to not work. At that point, the tests are worse than no tests at all, because not only are they not testing anything because they don't work, but they're also causing the application to not work. Like you've invented additional tech debt for no reason. But yeah, like when we did the rewrite, it was so nice. You start from scratch. You get to institute whatever policy you want. So the policy was test your code, document your code. Make sure that if someone looks at your code, they have a tear roll down their eye when they look at it, which of course caused the new application to run circles around the old one, even though it basically did the same thing. Everyone was like, "Whoa, it's so much faster. It's so much. It doesn't crash when you just kind of look at it wrong." But that's the way it should be, right? Like, you should at least be able to go in and leave the applications that you work on in a better state than when they're first acquired. But man, you see some of it, and then you compare that to, like, you know, a company like where I worked at. The difference between the code going into that company's door and the code coming out of that company's door, I mean, they managed to turn dirt into diamonds sometimes in that respect, where it was rough when you first saw what was previously considered a decent application. And of course, you know, I'm just totally oblivious to this. I just see like a stinky code and I go, well, I mean, like in the Rails world, we just do it like this. Everyone's like, okay, then go do it. I'm like, wait, I can do that? Like, yeah, just go. We're rewriting it. Might as well do it properly. And then they gave me too much power, and I was just running around. I was like, oh, we could test, we could document, we could have like a convention for the code, so that we don't have 18 kinds of indentation. And you get super far down the rabbit hole, and then eventually you're just like, yes, everything is going to be clean code. PM has to understand the code and still make the worst choices. Yeah, and then eventually I became a PM, and then I got to be the person who made the worst choices, which was basically just, I'm going to keep doing what I did. It got it this far. Might as well continue. But yeah, no, it was, again, any application that runs long enough is going to accrue tech debt. We came in at the exact moment where finally they went, never mind, let's have someone rewrite it. And it's always easier to be the person rewriting it and then being like, oh, this is so much better. I'm sure 10 years from now, someone's going to look at the application that I rewrote and they're going to go, oh, this could be so much better. But that's how it is. You get a couple months to build a whole thing from scratch, and then you give it your best, and then you hope that's good enough. But when you first see the thing that this company saves, wow. It does make you, and to be fair, like I'm not going to name any names. You know where I've worked at because you've seen my resume. But it does open your eyes a bit to what you see in the news sometimes with what other companies are doing, where you go, yeah, the news isn't making this up. It's actually that bad over there. The application was this stinky coming from them. It explains a lot. Really, really interesting to have that experience and then be able to like look at the media now and be like, oh yeah, no, they could say so much worse stuff if they knew who to talk to. People use what they see first rather than, yeah, well, that was another issue, was it's 20 years of people making impulse decisions, or, you know, impulse decisions based on whatever their current circumstances were. Now, thankfully, the company I was at, it wasn't you use what you see first type of situation. For better or for worse, things needed to be documented to what would probably drive most regular web developers mad. Let's say, for example, if I wanted to switch from Ruby to JRuby, I'm not going to just do that because I have the ability to do that. I need to then justify why I'm doing that, which requires benchmarking both, looking up usage reports for both to make sure that 10 years from now we can still hire people for one or for the other. Write a whole paper on it justifying your decision, which is why a lot of the decisions ended up being very robust at this end. But when you first get it from someone else who couldn't maintain it anymore, you don't have the ability to have that thorough process there. That's where you could really run into problems because, like, favorite example, you get an app, the only way to like change any of the settings is to make it crash and restart it. You're like, oh, okay. Why though? Is it a bug? And then someone goes, no, that was a feature at one point. And you're like, it was a feature for it to crash. Like, well, yeah, they wanted to know it wasn't working at the time. Well, couldn't they have just made it not crash and just reload and then popped up a message saying, okay, we reloaded? Like, yeah, that probably would have been a better way to do it, but we weren't the ones in control at the time. Like, wow. There's a lot of companies out there that don't know what they're doing. This is why I always think it's funny when I see the stuff on Twitter from people that are like, oh, this clean code is better than this clean code. And, if it's not perfectly clean code, you're going to be in trouble. I'm like, dude, if you saw the main work, like bulk of industry work, you guys would all be crying because it's held together with toothpicks, glue, and a lot of prayers. Well, I feel like most of the time, if you're using some kind of tool that's, maybe like not facing the public internet, but if it's like, oh, I got to go down to, some automotive company that has some like, I don't know, logging system or some kind of like status report dashboard or something, that thing is just on life support. It looks great to the customer and the customer goes, oh, this is fantastic. But like just behind that veil is just a whole bunch of people like standing there trying to hold as much of that wall up as possible to stop everything from collapsing. So you can see like the man behind the curtain. I think that's unfortunately very common. And I'd be really interested to see if there was like a paper on it, like what the average code quality was across the industry versus the code quality across like the top members of the industry. Just to see like, the cyclomatic complexity at Google, for example, and we aim for less than 4 cycles per function or something. And then the cyclomatic complexity of some random piece of software that someone loses the ability to continue like working on as a contractor because they couldn't do it. And then it gets saved by, like the people I worked with. And then like the cyclomatic complexity of that is just a circle where everything is connected to everything. It'd be really interesting to see like what the percentage breakdown is there or see like what the curve looks like. Or if it's just like, there's Google, there's Facebook, there's Meta, and then there's like a huge drop. And then there's like a small little line of like better than average industry. And then there's just everyone else right below that for like the entire other 90% of the graph or something. Let me see. Is there like an industry standard code quality analysis or something? I would just like to see some kind of like breakdown of like a general trend of code quality. But it would be really hard to do because of the amount of like proprietary stuff you'd have to look at. So I guess that's why it doesn't exist. But you could definitely tell, like coming into the company I worked at and the company that some of that code came from, there's like a vertical cliff as the quality of the code increases. Because it's just, I don't know, you give the developers the freedom to do what they need to, and you get such a better product. And then they go, how'd you do that? It's like, well, we just let them do what they had to do to get it done. Oh, I didn't realize that was an option. Man. It's always interesting. Let me just check this real quick. All right. I do think I'm probably going to call it here. I've seen this in Verizon. Man, their app sucked and crashed. Oh, don't get me started on Verizon. So many of Verizon's applications are just, yeah. I have an app on my phone. It's like one of their pieces of bloatware, and they just perpetually install more stuff on my phone that just slows it to a crawl. It's like, oh, do you want Candy Crush number 43? And I'm like, no, I didn't want the first 42. Why are you still installing this? And you go to like disable it, and you got to go through one of their app managers, and then that thing's like barely able to open anymore. It's just so bloated. Anyways, I appreciate everyone hanging out. I'm going to call it a little bit early tonight before I get stuck in another 3 a.m. coding session with you for like 9 hours. I appreciate everyone hanging out. I'll be back tomorrow around the same time, probably around 5 Eastern. It's usually the plan unless I have other things going on. But you can also join the Discord if you want to go check that out. But yeah, thank you for hanging out. Yep, have a good night, Vivek. Thanks for showing up again.